The time is 7 p.m. If we could rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morgan, for 5 principles of a cruiser, please.
There are 5 principles that guide our work together in improving Groveport, Madison. These are the 5 principles of the cruiser professional learning community. The 5 principles are: we focus on learning, we collaborate, we take responsibility, we ask what are the results, we decide what to do next.
Thank you. If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Dadelberger?
Here.
Mr. Bauer?
Here.
Mrs. Gray?
Here.
Mr. Kirshner?
Here.
And Ms. Walsh?
Here.
All right. Mr. Vice President, if you could read the belief statement and board norms, please.
We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to support the mission and vision of the district. Be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings. Respect one another as elected representatives of the community. Be open-minded and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. Allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. Stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. Maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice, no matter the outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. On to our next item, which is our adoption of the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray as first, Mr. Bauer as second. Is there any comments?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could add on to the executive session contract negotiations. Doesn't clearly state that, but if we could add that.
Anyone else? Is there we need to have a second?
Oh, yeah.
Second.
Let me pull that Ohio Revised Code language just to make sure you have it, Adam. Just give me 1 second, please. You guys can bear with us.
Sorry about that. I just
It's
noticed
okay.
that. Thought about
So,
it
Mr. Treasurer, the contract negotiations exception is Ohio Revised Code 121.22 GF. And this would be to move the language you're adding is to move that the board adjourn to executive session to prepare for, conduct or review negotiations or bargaining sessions.
Yes.
Correct? That's the correct
Yes.
one? Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we cited that and we had make sure that language is added to our meeting minutes.
Yep.
Is there anything else from anyone else? And there's more. I want to finish reading all of it so it's on record. Employees concerning compensation of or other terms and conditions of their employment. So we have 2 reasons, or we're adding another executive session. So we'll go in for one, come back out, and then go in for this one. Okay?
Yep.
And so if I'm looking at the agenda correctly, that would be, it would move item.
Just the G2.
Yeah, G2. I just,
Yep.
yeah, I just see it. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Well, no, if we're doing them separate, because we would go in and out.
Yeah.
So it'd be it'd be I for executive session, 2 for the negotiations exception, 121.22 G and 4, and then it would be J to reconvene. You have that. I want to make sure it's clear. Okay, thank you. Are
Could
there
you clarify that, please? I'm not following what you're saying here very well.
Okay. Ms. Gray has made the motion to add an executive session to discuss negotiations. And so I read the Ohio Revised Code exception, which is Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G and 4. And it states, this is the language that will be added to our meeting minutes, that I move the board to adjourn to executive session to review negotiations in this case, correct? Because we're not preparing or conducting, we're reviewing. That's what you would like to do, Ms. Gray?
Just updates, yeah.
Is to review negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment.
So are you adding that to G because you were saying I? So,
We're actually going to move that down. You're correct. So instead of doing both of them together, we'll go in for the first one that's on the agenda. We'll reconvene like we have planned for H, and then we'll go back in for I, and then reconvene on J. So we're just we're adding a separate. That is correct.
can we I move that we move the executive sessions to the end of the meeting so that our constituents who are here to watch the business of the board can actually watch the business of the board and not sit and wait for what could be 2 hours.
So I think I do believe I will have to double check because I know our attorney was scheduled and I think it was for a specific reason. So give me a second. Let's vote on this and then we can come back for your motion, Ms. Walsh, and then I can speak with our legal counsel, take a 10-minute break to ensure that we can do that.
Great, thank you.
Uh-huh. So who's the second for the motion that Ms. Gray has? Is that you, Ms.?
That was me.
Okay, so Ms. Gray's made the motion to add an executive session, seconded by Mr. Bauer. If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, now that it's clear that we're adding another executive session with the negotiation exception, Ohio Revised Code 121.22G4.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
And I move that we have a 10-minute recess.
I'll second.
So I have Ms. Walsh doing a recess, as I suggested, and then the second was Ms. Gray. If we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Ms. Dotterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, the time is 7:08. I would try to be back sooner, but 7:18 will be our 10 minutes. recess is adjourned. So we return, and then, so I did speak with our legal counsel. They should be available at the end. They rearranged some things, so should be able to do so. We'll move both of them down to the end, right before adjournment. So we'll go right after. If we want them here for all, we can even do comments and it can go right before L, comments, announcements, and other business.
M? So you're saying to move it to M, Madam President?
Well, no, our numbers are a little out of order now, so I'll yield to the treasurer because I'm pretty sure he's got it up to date. Our letters are out of order with us adding the additional executive session that we're going to go into and out of. So I don't know.
The treasurer's agenda now will be M, and
Mhm.
so we'll put it after that one. So we'll put it after the treasurer's agenda M. So this will be N.
Or do you guys want it to go after comments so that everyone can have the entire meeting?
So we're moving both executive sessions to the end. That's all I want to know.
Correct.
Do you,
Thank
do you want it before or after comments?
Is it okay to have them after treasurer's agenda? Both of them?
Or do you want it after comments so they have we do the whole meeting?
I don't think anybody's here at that time, so it won't matter wherever you put it.
Nope, just your motion. I just want to make sure we document it appropriately.
Yep.
All right. So it's going to go right after the treasurer's agenda. Okay. So Ms. Walsh, you've made the motion. Can you officially make the motion to move? Because we went to recess first to confirm that we could. Now that we can, we need the motion, the second, and the vote.
I will make the motion to move the both executive sessions down below the treasurer's agenda.
Yep. Okay. I got it.
I'll second.
Second is Ms. Gray. We could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, unless there's any additional comments or questions on the move. Okay, hearing done. If we can have roll call, sir.
Mrs. Dauberberg,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner, and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. So we've got a new executive session. Executive sessions are moved. Now, if we can vote now on the agenda approval with our new amendments. I had Ms. Gray as first, Mr. Treasurer, and Mr. Bauer as second for
Yes.
our records. If we can have roll call at this time.
Mrs. Dauberberg,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner, and Ms. Walsh.
All right, motion passes. Thank you, guys. And thanks to the audience and our visitors tonight for your patience. Now we are on to our public participation, and we have a few tonight. I'll read something before we begin. All meetings of the board and board-appointed committees are open to the public. In order for the Board of Education to fulfill its obligation to complete the planned agenda in an effective and efficient fashion, a maximum of 30 minutes of public participation may be permitted to each regular Board of Education meeting. Each person addressing the Board of Education shall give his or her name, address, phone number, organization represented, if any, and pertinent background information. If several people wish to speak, each person is allotted 3 minutes until the total time of 30 minutes is used. During that period, no person may speak twice until all who desire to speak have had the opportunity to do so. Persons desiring more time should submit their request in writing to the Board of Education office or email public.comment@gocruisers.org 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. The period of public participation may be extended by a majority vote of the board members present and voting. Please remember that the law prohibits discussion of specific employees or their job performance at a public meeting. State law does allow for discussions by board members regarding employees in executive sessions of the board. The first public participation form I have is Mr. Harold McCary.
Hello, Harold McCary, 4830 Elmont Place. I'm just going to start by saying trust is earned, is not a reward. Observed behavior, a proven track record. I'm not seeing with this district to justify this contract that was made last week and the way it was done. The relationship between the superintendent and the treasurer is raising red flags for me in their past business dealings. A proven track record to me would be an example of the security guard you had at your high school, Miss Cobb. I worked with her for 5 years in lockup. I believe her when she's talking about the culture of the high school still and how this administration has treated their staff. To me, that's a proven track record. Mainly, I'm here because I feel you guys have crossed the line with me, dragging me into your court case, requesting communication between me and Miss Walsh. I'm a parent, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a community member, and now I can't talk to my board member. In the past 2 years, I have emailed all the board on many examples of incidents at the high school that were brought to me. She's the only one that gets back to me. I'm making myself available. Any questions regarding safety? When people approach me at the board meeting about teachers texting underage girls, I brought that to the board. I brought it to the police. Coaches putting their hands on kids. You looked me in the eye and said it was a rough practice. It wasn't a rough practice. I know the young man, I know the father. Father didn't want to press charges on the coach. Tays Valley basketball game last year, my pastor had to intervene when our kids were trying to fight our coaches. I emailed the board. Last year at the prom incident, I emailed Walsh, John, Libby. No response. So you guys are dragging me into the lawsuit because I reach out and try to stand up. If you have questions, ask me. So I reached out to my lawyer today. I'm waiting to hear what they say. I've been in this district 15 years. Some of your kids were in my wife's programs when she worked at Town Hall. Those kids are now 8th through 11th. I hear horror stories all year long that they're still scared to use the restrooms, the bathrooms. They sit in the quiet room to eat lunch. I pulled my son. My son's online. He plays sports. That's his connection with Groveport, and I monitor that very closely. I've had at least 3 families reach out to me in the last week that they're going to be pulling their kids doing the same thing. My neighbors are selling their houses to get away from the district. Last year, I spoke about safety. It went from that to firing staff, now the chaos with the contract, dysfunction with the board, but now you're dragging me into the lawsuit. And I don't know why. So if you want to reach out to me, you wanted me, we can do that. I have tried emailing all the board members before. You guys don't get back to me. People say social media is a bad thing. I agree to that to some extent. The Groveport group page has 12,000 members. I'm a member of it. If you see the name Alba Harold McCary, it's me, not my wife. I share it with her. It's the only group I'm in. And I will continue to be vocal as long as I'm a taxpayer, a homeowner, and I have relatives in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next person is Miss Alba McCary. Alba McCary. Next person is Alba McCary.
Hello, my name is Alba McCary. I live in 4830 Elmont Place, phone number 614-512-9322. Last week's meeting, Board President Albert reported saying the face of Groveport is changing. Groveport will have to deal with it and accept it. I'm just not sure of what that means. And does that mean that the leadership of the district is changing? Does that mean that the minority numbers are changing? Either way, we as residents voted for you to represent us, not for somebody to shove things down our throat and tell us that we have to deal with it and just accept it. Things like that does not sit well with me, and I'm sure it doesn't sit well with a lot of the residents here in Groveport. We are here to work together. We're here to try to change for our kids and for our community. Please make that clear as to what was meant, and hopefully things like that will not be said again. I'm also ashamed of how a minority representative treats another member of the board with a disability. It's pretty disgusting and disrespectful and unprofessional. Thank you.
Next person is Elizabeth Simcox.
My name is Elizabeth Simcox. I'm at 4452 Drycott Street, Groveport, Ohio, 43125. I have questions about the superintendent contract amendments that were passed on June 3rd, 2024. Why has the board decided to write amendments to the superintendent's contract as a one-page, two-page document instead of rewriting the contract? I ask this because the board amended the contract in February 2024 and did so using a rewritten contract that clearly stated it was an amended contract. It was much easier to find the differences and to calculate the changes and the cost to our district. Is this board trying to hide the changes or make them difficult for the public to identify? The second question I have about the contract is when the contract references annuities, it is unclear whether it is addressing the annuity present value or the future value and when the annuity comes to turn. Can you tell me which it is and how to calculate that? When the amendment, third question, when the amendment states that it will give mileage payment, it does not state whether that is in addition to or in lieu of the IRS standard mileage. That's just a few of the questions I have. I intend on really digging into this and trying to find out exactly how much the district's expense for our superintendent is. At the last meeting, Board Member Gray stated that the contract changes were needed to be competitive with other school districts in Franklin County. I did a check. In the $175,000 original contract amount was in the mid-range of salaries for school superintendents in Franklin County. I'd say that's pretty competitive, given that our district has less students, less school buildings, and less administrators than the other boards that have higher salaries. Another board member stated we needed to be competitive and we needed to keep our director because it takes time for them to get in here. My understanding is that in February you passed an amendment to the contract and also a 5-year extension of the contract. Do you not trust your superintendent to honor the contract that he signed in February? Do you think he's going to walk away unless you give him more? Is he holding your feet to the fire for some reason that we don't know about?
Thank you, Mr. Brian Casterly. Mr. Brian Casterly.
Hello, Brian Casterly, 385 Main Street, Groveport, Ohio. I live in the school district, obviously. I'd just like to ask again, not everybody was here last week, so I just challenge a board member to make a motion to have 2 board meetings a month. I think it's the 6th month, and this is the 2nd board meeting this month. We've had 2 board meetings every month, but we only have 1 scheduled board meeting, and we always have these special board meetings. I say we should just go ahead and schedule 2 board meetings a month. And basically that's it. I'll yield my time to whoever else needs time.
Thank you, sir. Next, John Kirshner.
Hello, I'm John Kirshner. I live on Winchester Pike, and I'm taking this opportunity to speak from the podium in hopes that my comments will actually be reflected in the minutes, which I seem to have a really difficult time getting done here as a board member. I also note that we're not allowed to talk about employees and that we have to list our name and addresses, etc. I don't think that jibes well with the First Amendment, and we could address that in board policy committee meetings if we were having them. The leadership at a group called Beta, overspent and ended up getting a vote of no confidence. Our esteemed superintendent at Canal Winchester at the time said, it's a combination of things, according to Jim Sotler, who was promoted to president of Meta's board. You trust the people who are running an organization and telling you the right information. You live and learn. And I would say that if certain individuals are able to pull the wool over the eyes of some of the top superintendents in the state, we don't have much hope. There should be a friction between admin and finance. And I believe there would be, except in this situation, where there's a pass if it benefits yourself or your buddy. And I believe if this contract had been brought before our finance division or anyone else but the finance division's buddy, there would have been lots of objections. Thank you.
Kathleen Walsh.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Walsh. I live on Winchester Pike. Again, as John said, I'm hoping that what we say is added to the minutes. I'd like to say I wish I would have been able to go to the board meeting on the 5th. We were told at the beginning of the year, when we asked for 2 meetings a month, that, and we asked them for the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday, that our board members were not able to attend those evenings. They weren't available those evenings, yes. And we've had several meetings already, special meetings, on the first or on the third Wednesday. In addition, I did not receive my notice until the day before, and my notice does not have superintendent contract on the notice. So that's that. You know, this is a bad deal. We had a contract. Our superintendent was locked into that contract. I wasn't happy. It was a very generous contract. And to up it even more, and it's a lot more. People don't understand how much more unless they understand per diem, days of vacation, those types of items that really affect how much we're going to have to pay out. And a 20% annuity going up from 12%. I mean, this is ridiculous. So that's all I have to say.
Next on to recognitions and presentations.
Okay. I think I'm going to ask our friends from CVS and Teresa Ritchie to come join us up to the microphone. And actually, LaShawna, if you want to come up, and Madison Township, we have Chief Robinson here. I'm going to give a little overview of the situation, and then I'm going to let some other folks talk as well. But this is on May 9th, 2024. First-year school bus driver LaShawna Tannehill was transporting 28 middle school central students home. When students reported a foul odor emanating from the rear of the bus, Ms. Tannehill promptly pulled over to a safe location to investigate the issue. A passing motorist alerted Ms. Tannehill to smoke and the potential fire in the rear of the bus. She immediately evacuated the 28 students, instructing them to move to a safe distance from the bus. Ms. Tannehill's quick thinking and retention of her training proved invaluable, as her actions undoubtedly prevented harm to students in her care. In addition to this, our partners with Madison Township Fire were quick to respond and to resolve the issue to keep everybody safe. I'm going to let some other people talk about this situation. This could have been national news for the wrong kind of news. This could have been an absolute tragedy. And because of the quick reaction and just taking the initiative to be responsible. She literally saved lives of kids. So I'm going to let either Teresa Ritchie or you, Teresa, want to go first?
I just want to say that, LaShawna did an excellent job that day. She stayed calm, cool, collected on the radio. She let us know that there was an emergency situation there and she took care of the kids. Our mechanics responded quickly, and the fire department, bless them, they responded so quickly too. So LaShawna did an excellent job. We're very proud of her.
And to add to the importance of LaShawna's performance, when the highway patrol came in, they reviewed the pre-trip. The school bus drivers are required to do a pre-trip of every bus. We have an electronic tablet, and when they reviewed her performance on the tablets, she took the appropriate amount of time. This is critical because so often drivers zip through the pre-trip. But not only did she go through in the appropriate amount of time and she identified that wheel was warm and had a smell. So the mechanics did inspect that. So when the highway patrol came in and did their review, what really settled me, because I take this, as you can imagine, very seriously, was that she did like an excellent job, superior job of doing the basic pre-trip inspection, and the mechanics did what they needed to do. So I want you all to know that I'm still not done. I've called the Bendix Brake Company, and we're doing a 3-day in-service on how those brake systems work. What the heck could have happened here? Because there's 500,000 school buses on the road in the United States. This can't happen. That's what I have to say, and let you know that we're not done with this whole thing. But LaShawna, outstanding, beyond outstanding. And thank you so much.
I just want to brag a little bit about Ms. Tanhill and the fine, outstanding bus drivers that we have and the training that they have. I also want to brag about our relationship with our heroes and first responders. Chief Robinson and Madison Township Fire Department responded swiftly. They were there within minutes and were able to put out the fire and help keep everyone safe. Our collaboration with the Madison Township Fire Department, Madison Township Police is outstanding, and that came through. I do want to thank Madison Township for recognizing our CBS bus and Ms. Tannehill for their heroic actions. Chief?
President, members of the board, thank you very much for this recognition. She's a true hero, not us. We're just doing our job. But I didn't get this emotional when I gave you award the other day. But this is a special lady, folks. What she did that day is above and beyond. And we talked about it at the meeting. 2 years you've been doing this, and you responded like a true professional. We don't know how we're going to react in these situations. And you stood up and you led those kids to safety. And for their parents, as a parent myself, I appreciate that. So we're not the ones to be recognized. We just did our job that day. We got in the trucks. We went and did what we're trained to do. And I know that you're trained to be safe and to transport these kids in a safe manner. But you rose above and beyond. And so I don't have much more to say other than this lady right here is the true hero. And she's the one that should get all the recognition.
Children that survived. Nobody was hurt, no smoke damage, and no fire. Nobody got burnt. But yes, thank you. I appreciate everybody.
and this is what happens that we talked about before when you have good people with the appropriate training to take action. You can't you can't stop every bad situation from happening. But when you have competent people who care and rely on their training, that's really what makes a difference. So she is a hero. If I could, I'd like to have the board come up. We can give them their certificates and get some photos along with everybody else up here. All right, come on up. Our next item is recognizing June as Pride Month for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual people. LGBTQIA plus Pride Month, lesbian, gay, and bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual Pride Month is currently celebrated each year in the month of June to honor the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan. The Stonewall Uprising was a tipping point for the gay liberation movement in the United States. The purpose of the commemorative month is to recognize the impact that gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender individuals have had historically, locally, nationally, and internationally. Our next recognition is recognizing Juneteenth. Juneteenth celebrates the end of slavery in the United States. It is also known as Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, Juneteenth Independence Day, and Black Independence Day. On June 19th, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce the end of the Civil War and the end of slavery. It is time to reflect on the achievements of Black Americans and to honor the spirit of freedom, equity, and justice. Our next presentation is to recognize M. Spire Moore, and I think I would like to have Jeff Altman and Dr. Gordon and Paul come up to the podium.
Bird, make that beat. 27 hearts beat.
Because it's so much that it's a lot of people in the room, but it's really not as much as it could be. So just the amount of people that's in the room right now can literally change the world.
Positive, and the reason I would say positive is because this whole event so far has been just positive and uplifting and just great in general.
inspiring, for real, inspiring, because there's people here who are trying to learn things and kind of just be better, and there are people who are here working here who are trying to inspire the youth, and it's just inspiring overall.
Give me bones, give me down, give me nose, give me low, give me bones, give me down, give me nose, give me down, give me low, give me bones, give me low, give me nose, give me down, up!
I recommend kids coming because it's a good learning experience for kids who don't really get out much. Like coming here, it will help them boost that confidence to like do more things.
I definitely recommend other students to come to this event because it opens up the way of life, and like it opens up what you really want to do and give you an idea of what you want to do.
Definitely recommend other students to come to this event because it's really interesting. There's a lot of things that you can learn, a lot of different things even if you didn't know, or even if you did know a little bit, you could definitely learn a lot.
So trying to talk after you watch a video like this is sort of like following Latoya on a speech. Nothing I say is going to be as exciting as a video, but Inspire More program is guided by the vision to motivate others to reach excellence. The program empowers individuals through arts, culture, health, community, economics, education, and if you saw the picture, food as well. The Inspire More Day is a testament to our commitment to empowering youth through their voices and experiences. Inspire More is more than just a one-day conference. And for those of you who don't know, it was on a Saturday. Those kids came in on a Saturday to enjoy the experience. It is a one-day youth-led immersive experience designed to equip and inspire students to be more, do more, and learn more. Covering vital topics such as mindset, mental health, family relationships, and finances, this conference aims to inspire students with valuable life skills. Our Groveport Madison students met with Dr. Deandra Gordon on a weekly basis to prepare for this conference. Our Inspire More event occurred on January 13th at Groveport Madison High School. Once this event concluded, our students continued to network and meet with Dr. Gordon to instill positive changes in our school culture. Developing young leaders as a focus to Groveport Madison High School and Groveport Madison schools, this program helped in that endeavor. I'd like to congratulate and thank Dr. Deandra Gordon and our students in the Inspire More Incorporation for their work this year. Just a side note, going back to relationships, Dr. Gordon shows up at a lot of different school activities and events. And most recently, I saw her at graduation, which, as you know, graduation is one of the most significant, important things we do all year. And I greeted her and I said hello, and she said she was asked by her students to come to that event. So that tells you there's an impact. Students are asking you to come see them graduate, come see their success. So we thank Dr. Gordon and her work. I think I'm going to have Jeff Altman talk next about the Inspire work, and then I'll have Dr. Gordon come up. And I know we have students and families to recognize here tonight. So, Jeff.
Thank you, Superintendent Group. Thank you, Board. When it comes to the high school this year, my number one goal on the job was really to try to enhance our school culture and the positive nature both among students and staff. And one of the ways in which you're going to accomplish something like that is to encourage students and find avenues, great opportunities for them to belong to something besides just being an academic based student at Groveport Madison High School. Some kids, sports are their niche, the band's their niche. We have a lot of different programs and clubs. But Inspire More really hits that group of kids that maybe are afraid to come out of their comfort shell. And one of the things that you saw, what I've seen in the last 2 years in my building, by having Dr. Gordon here in this program, is it's instilling confidence in a lot of young people that probably don't have a lot to begin with. They might be the shy kids. They might be the kids that have friends, but their friends kind of hang out behind the scenes. And in a school setting of 2,000 kids, sometimes, unfortunately, you don't recognize them the way that you should. And so through a program like this, their talents blossom. And that was something that really has stood out to me as a building leader. Listening to our students and giving them voice and choice in their high school experiences is incredibly important. And I think that this accomplishes that. What I'll leave you with, one of the things that is very important nowadays that might be different than the education that I received and some of you sitting in the audience is we're really, really fixated on the social, emotional wellness of our kids, mental health. You know, when I was growing up and coming through Groveport, talking about mental health and your struggles with anxiety, you didn't do it. You were afraid to do it. You were kind of, it was that label. A program like this really encourages these kids to be the leaders to say it's okay to talk and discuss this. Lunch groups were formulated. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, kids are meeting, they're talking. We started to use our smart lab a lot more to our advantage for social emotional wellness, and it was because these young leaders were encouraging their friends to start talking about things. Once we get those items out, it's amazing to see how many teenagers realize, well, I'm not weird, I'm not different, I'm just like everyone else because we're all struggling in this manner. So that was what was unique for me. So I'm a rambling man, so I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Gordon.
Well, hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much, Board, for allowing us this time to recognize the students in the Inspire More program. I'm just grateful to be here to do this work. Like our program is student-led, youth-led. You might not have been able to see that, but the youth met weekly to plan the conference. They decided what the topics were. They chose mindset, mental health, finances, and family relationships. They brought their friends in to have the conversations that they wanted to have. And so I am grateful to be able to facilitate an opportunity for students to lead and to be empowered and to inspire others to do the same. And so we're here to recognize the students. So I don't have too much else to say, but thank you families and students for coming out and supporting your student. And thank you Groveport Madison for allowing the students to have this space to be and to encourage others and inspire others to be as well.
Okay. All right. If I call your name and you're in attendance, please come on up. Okay. Renaya Barlow. Nairi Beatty. Tristan Bradley. Blessing Brownell. Rontasia Carter. Mauricia Copeland. Antoine Davis. Mamadou Dijago. Mariama Diallo. Beckham Fulkerson. Abbas Haji. Major Harris. Nin Wei, Miles Johns, congratulations, buddy. Proud of you. Zaire Jones, Jaslyn Kirkwood, Hamadat Larry, Aja Lowe, Leah Melendez, Matthew Moore, Alex Adriana Pasquale, Walasia Persons, Kiki Reed, Natalie Rock, Honesty Simmons, Ashley Spangler, Fatih Sai, Fatima Tall, Anlaina Taylor, Francis Way, Payne Williams, and Arame Ye. Let's give one more big round of applause for our Inspire More students.
Student board members come out. Dr. Gordon. Thank you for the students and families coming. Please help yourself to a drink and a cupcake. If you're welcome to stay, but if you just came for the recognition, we appreciate you coming and thank you.
And thank you to all of our students for your hard work in planning. Thank you to Inspire More and Mr. Altman and his staff. I know making space and ensuring things, you guys always do a great job with that. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is the teaching and learning update and the explanation of the language arts curriculum. This is actually a recommended item, so the superintendent recommends approval of the Amplify invoice for CKLA language arts curriculum for the next 5 years. And we have a presentation about this.
Wanted to give you an update on the K-5 ELA curriculum that the review committee selected. After several meetings, the committee selected Amplify CKLA. Amplify Core Knowledge Language Arts, known as CKLA, is on the state's approved list of high quality instructional materials in English language arts. The Department of Education and Workforce Development used reviews from Reports as an initial gateway measure for establishing the approved list of high quality instructional materials. You can click on the Reports link to see how the review process works and how the reports were developed. Based on the Reports review, CKLA meets expectations in all K2 categories. Those categories included text quality, building knowledge, and usability. Additionally, CKLA meets expectations in all categories for grades 3 through 5. Those categories include text complexity and quality, building knowledge, and usability. In addition to Reports, the Reading League created curriculum navigation reports to help educators understand more about which practices might be enhanced, supplemented, or avoided in instruction, and which curriculum is most suitable for their settings. The review team found that Amplify CKLA's curriculum addresses all strands of the reading rope, ensuring that learners are offered a comprehensive approach to literacy development. The science of reading reveals the complexity of how the brain learns to read. The reading rope simplifies it all, helping us visualize and understand that exceptional process. You can click on the Reading Rope link to see the breakdown of the reading rope. I've talked about Reports and the Reading League reports. Now let's talk about the Cruiser reviews. Our review committee consisted of teachers, building administrators, and DSC administrators. After listening to 2 presentations from each curriculum company and meeting virtually with teachers and/or instructional coaches from other districts to discuss the pros and cons of the curriculum they are using in their districts, our committee voted and heavily supported the adoption and implementation of Amplify CKLA. 83% selected Amplify CKLA as their first choice, and everyone else selected it as their second choice. The state operating budget, House Bill 33, set aside $64 million to subsidize the cost of high-quality instructional materials purchased by schools and districts aligned to the science of reading. The funds are provided to support both high-quality core curriculum and instructional materials in English language arts and evidence-based reading intervention programs. We received over $297,000 to use towards the curriculum purchase. Also, by eliminating other resources and programs that are being used inconsistently district-wide, we will save over $263,000 and use that towards our CKLA purchase. Additionally, a portion of the overall cost of CKLA can be paid for with federal funds instead of the general fund. If you would like to review the individual components of CKLA, you can follow these links for more detailed information.
I do have some further explanation, but because this is an action item, can we get a first and a second?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
So I have Ms. Gray is first.
So we've talked about at previous meetings, science of reading and preparing for that, and went through a pretty extensive review and analysis, involved a lot of people to get what we thought was the right thing. This was somewhat of a late add to the agenda because Mr. Collier and Carolyn Mike Morbiser were working with the company to negotiate pricing and negotiate how the payment would happen. And Adam, I'll let you maybe talk about it. It's a 5-year plan, but we're going to spread the payments over 3 years and how all this works.
Yeah, correct. So when we first got the plan, they gave us many options. So we set on a 3-year plan, and then we kind of worked them down through negotiations. So it's a 3-year payment plan. As you see, we get $297,000 from the state for this, and then another $263,000 savings, which totals $560,000. Our first payment this year is negotiated them down to $499,000 the first year, and then it's roughly another a little over $500,000 over the next 2 years, and then the 4th and 5th year is free. We're not free, but we're already paid for it. So with the money that we're getting from the state, with our savings from the other stuff we're not using now, that came to $560,000, and then again, the first year payment's $499,000, and then a little over $300,000 second year, and then $200,000 the third year, and then we still have it for the next 2 years.
I will say we did work to get the price down, to get the payment schedule. It worked out as best as we could. curriculum adoptions are very expensive, especially the first year. There's a lot of training involved in it, and there's um, reproducibles and workbooks and things. So there's some front end expenses early on, but ultimately this is going to be our ELA curriculum for K5. Mike, is that right?
Yep.
K5 for the next 5 years.
Right, and what we try to tune down more the first year, but it's $250,000 just for the activity books the first year, plus 113,000 in PD. So right there's 363, out of their pocket. So that's how we came to the upfront. The first year had to be a little more expensive, and then the second, third year goes down, and the fourth and fifth year you've already paid for it.
All right, any comments and questions from the board?
Yeah. Well, first of all, does anybody have a different copy? Because I got a bunch of pretty much nearly blank pages. Oh, you guys did too.
It's just the way it's.
Okay. All right. Anyway, going back to this topic, do we know how this interfaces with iReady? Is there any issues there, or?
Mike, would you mind coming up to the microphone, please?
This is not an iReady product. There is no interfacing with iReady.
Okay. Is there iReady product that we reviewed that is similar?
Working, yes. That is not the curriculum that we're attempting to do. You've heard plenty of talk in the last couple of board meetings about iReady. Yeah. It's not a good feeling across the district of our use of iReady. We are continuing. We have another contract year with math. Some of the resources that we have used with iReady, they're not equivalent to a full curriculum as we're adopting here.
Okay. And how did we go about staff review and feedback with this product?
One of the most impressive procedures I've seen in my career. The groups that we convened, as Carol explained in the video, we had 2 separate days where we had full groups convening, 25 to 30 people together from across the curriculum, from across the ELA curriculum. And as she said, over and over again, they met with all 4 companies twice. And over again, the clear choice was CKLA, which is great because that's also the one that's most recommended by the state of Ohio.
Right. And it mentions here eliminating resources and programs that are being used inconsistently. What can you tell us about that?
Well, you asked already. The answer is one of the ones you asked about. Many iReady, very expensive resources that we have used that have been inconsistent and ineffective haven't produced any real results. In fact, we've had negative achievement over the last few years using that resource. Those aren't going to be used anymore. There are some iReady resources that will continue to be used, and they make sense in their use. Some of the teachers want to keep those. Overall, the sentiment across the teachers, teaching staff, is that we need to have a new focus. CKLA provides that focus.
And so iReady is in place because it provides data that's hard to get. Is that true?
One thing about iReady is and I remember vetting iReady more than 10 years ago. It is the leader in its field as an adaptive diagnostic.
I can't hear what's being said down there. Can you repeat that, please? I didn't hear.
I'll repeat it after he's done. I was asking Mr. Groot about a question in regards to iReady.
Okay.
I didn't know that you could hear.
Yeah, pertaining to iReady. iReady is a leader in its field as an adaptive diagnostic. That's getting a diagnostic and figuring out where students are. What hasn't worked for us, that's fantastic. What has not worked for us as far as an actual curriculum is, it doesn't do much more to really engage the students. This CKLA curriculum is comprehensive.
Does it provide do we still need iReady for the feedback portion, or does
we have to use iReady for some other assessments that we are required to do? But to really fully answer your question, I'm going to tell you, this year's price tag for iReady was $560,000. We're not going to be spending $560,000 ever again on iReady.
So is CKLA, this program?
Yes.
Does it provide equivalent feedback, basically?
More.
It provides
a good question. Yeah. Much more.
Tell me about that.
About the feedback,
Yeah, tell me about how.
this is a real curriculum. This is not just something we put students in front of. This is what's going to be used at, and the $113,000 for the professional development. That's something that the teachers want. They tell us that all the time. They're going to be doing that so that they can really implement this every day and not just put students in front of a computer. It's for teachers to continue teaching and not just use the device as the teacher.
Right. Okay. Great. And as far as how you get feedback from iReady versus this, is that I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get a little bit of knowledge as far
With
as
iReady, students are often just in the program taking the assessments so the teachers can figure out where the students are. And there are some curriculum resources that go along with it, but nothing like a comprehensive curriculum that engages the teachers with the students rather than just putting them in front of the device.
Okay, thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
And just one other question for the iReady piece. I'm not sure if you know the history of that or not. Did that, I know we had MAP at some point, the mapping. Did that replace, that's what iReady replaced, or no?
No. To be frank, we've had too many assessment tools that we've been using over the years.
Thank you.
We have to reduce the number of those tools because they have not been effective, and the teachers are telling us that over and over again.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to comment when I went to the OSBA conference. There were a lot of schools that were going with the CKLA and have done it for several years, and they were saying the improvements were tremendous.
And that's we've seen that. I just want to emphasize again what Carol said in that video. Everyone in the ELA curriculum review committee, and we're talking about lots of teachers who put a lot of thought into it. There are times when I definitely didn't even need to. They were doing the work. I didn't have to lead. Carol didn't have to intervene much at all. They were the ones who were asking questions of the company representatives for an hour and a half each time when we were meeting with all four. And again, I'll emphasize that of the four that were vetted to get to that point, those four, the clear choice was CKLA. Even those who had it as their second choice, they wanted CKLA. There were no one who chose CKLA as their third or fourth choice. It was number one for sure, and the rest of them were number two. So
Mike,
it was a teacher's choice.
One other clarification. In the vetting, and I think I heard Carol say this in the video, it wasn't just with the salespeople. We talked to teachers in other districts already using this, correct?
Yeah, we had a real advantage of talking with other teachers, active users. We even had some who were using in other districts. It was their chosen curriculum, not CKLA, but one of the competitors, and they actually advised us to go with CKLA.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions or comments? Now we can have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Wait a minute. What is the motion?
To approve the contract.
Okay, so I'm going to say that I can't read this contract and I just received it yesterday. So I haven't had 48 hours advance notice on this, and this is not legible. So it's hard to approve something you can't read. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that, Ms. Gray, Miss Walsh, excuse me. However, it is available on board docs. So I understand that. We still can go ahead and have roll call. Just want to make sure the
But my stuff is being delivered to me because of my internet connectivity. It's not, I can't do board docs. So for multiple reasons, and Madam President, you are aware of that.
yes, but you also asked for email, but that's neither here nor there. If we could go ahead and have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer? Aye. Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Walsh?
No.
Mr. Kirschner? Sorry, out of order. Mr. Kirschner?
I'm being asked to vote on an item that was not legally delivered to a board member. No.
Motion passes. The legal notice is been sufficient according to our legal counsel, but I'll get a statement so that way that's cleared up. So if anyone has questions as far as folks being notified appropriately, I'll be able to provide that with the Ohio Revised Code supporting that. Motion passes. On to the next item, please.
And I would like to say it's not even legible. You cannot even read the document. I can read it.
Thank you.
Well, you're special.
We're going to ask for proper decorum, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Motion passes.
Item 6 is our update on innovation and accountability. We'll ask Mr. Morgser to come back up.
For the second monthly board meeting in a row, I have good news. That good news is over the past year, Carol and I have had lots of good days, but I know that we agree that none have been better than the first 2 days of this week, Monday and Tuesday. We had our Cruiser PLC Champions Conference. We talk about our 5 principles all the time. What we're trying to do now, and showing to be very successful, we're trying to build it among the entire staff across the district. As we build a professional learning community, we thought we need to have a day with the teachers, and we wanted to have that day during the summer. There was some concern that teachers wouldn't necessarily think after getting out of school that they would want to give up any summer days. We had more than 30 of them want to participate in this. And the reasons they gave for participation, every single one of them, were just amazing. They were honest, they were real, they were genuine, they were sincere. Most of them talked about being a leader and wanting to build this district up. All of them wanted to do it for the right reasons. What we did over the 2 days, we divided into 3 sections. The first section we called PLC Palooza. The second was Show Me the Data. And the third, Champions League. What we did over the 2 days then, we spent, and as you have let me do for the past year, we spent a lot of time going over a lot of data, more data than I think anyone who was participating in that had ever seen, especially in 2 days. We also, it was all district data, and we gave them an opportunity to understand what the data means, how we need to go over it, and we were trying to build them so that they could, in their own buildings, with their principals, with their teachers, do the very same work. So here's what we did. Beginning of the conference, we spent a lot of time on what it means to build a professional learning community. We have a book that we have introduced last year for an entire staff book study across the district. It's a book study that we're not going to have to choose a new book over this year, the next year, 3rd year, 4th year. We're going to use this book because it is one of our principal PLC foundational resources. We also went over at least a dozen more professional learning community resources. Most of them, all of them absolutely free. Most of them are available on the state Ohio Department of Education and Workforce website. I like to use for these kinds of builds, I like to use resources that are available to us, that have been professionally put together, that don't cost money, because we don't need these resources to cost money. There's some outstanding work that's been done by the state of Ohio. So we went over the first 7 chapters. Now it sounds not very exciting, but we went over the first chapters, and we paused often to talk about what we were learning. We need to have a solid foundation about our work together. And that's what we did for the first couple hours. In the 3rd hour of the first day, we talked about the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce Teacher Leader Design. And most important in that hour, we had one of our participants, one of our teachers here at Groveport, Madison, Anne Marie Poole Dove. She has her teacher leader endorsement. So she was the best person to talk with her colleagues about how she got that endorsement, the courses that she took, and what it means to use that teacher leader endorsement. We're going to work with her and all the other teachers in that group to build teacher leaders toward their endorsement. Also, in the first day, we did a state report card walkthrough. You remember in February, I did that with you. It's something that we've gotten the idea or the notion that hasn't been done a whole lot, at least as far as a live walkthrough, learning how to navigate that hasn't been done in a lot of buildings among the staff. In fact, it's been avoided in most cases. So what we were doing there is that we wanted to do a complete walkthrough first with the district like we did in February. And then we went over the similar district ranking. We talked about at least a dozen different data points for Groveport Madison. We spent the rest of that day going over the district profile reports and learning how to compare Groveport Madison's performance and also their demographics, our demographics, against many other school districts in the state of Ohio, but of course locally as well, in addition to comparing to similar school districts and also the averages across Ohio. In the second day, we continued our data. We looked at the District 1 plan, which we've extensively talked about during the board meeting, what it means to set goals, and the goals that have been set for Groveport Madison with our District 1 plan. We also talked about systems issues that have been identified in this first year. There's a lot of them at Groveport Madison. I've been very clear about that. You're probably tired of me saying the word systems, but they are indeed systems issues. And I emphasized with the group over the 2 days, We have far more systems issues than we have people issues. Our systems issues are causing lots of frustration for our people. So we're working on those systems issues. Among those, even things as systems as such as grading systems, um, assessment systems, everything across the board that we have seen that needs work, they see it too. We talked about it with the teachers. We also, again, spent time with state report cards. This time, though, with the building state report cards, because we spent the afternoon prepping for, and then they had the chance to do this themselves. We're working toward using those teachers being adept at navigating through their own state report card. We had them pick a component that needs work, that needs our attention. And then they present it to the rest of the people in their groups of 7 or 8 people, a walkthrough of that report card for that component. The reason they did that is because when a September report card comes out, they're the ones, those teacher leaders, not the principal alone, those teacher leaders are going to be presenting the reality of the state report card and our results when it comes out in September. We feel it's an amazing day. During the whole course of the 2 days, I kept putting up the same slide. It read this way: a key step in any effective improvement process is an honest assessment of the current reality, a diligent effort to determine the truth. Educators will find it easier to move forward to where they want to go if they first agree on where they are. So at the end of the first day, the teachers, we asked them, what do you think about today? And we were excited about their responses, but there was one in particular that seemed to resonate with everybody in the room. They're nodding their heads, and they were all supporting what she was saying. What she explained is, she said, we've gone through all this data, and it's hard. It's not easy data for us to go through. It's sometimes what we take it personally, but the truth is, what this tells me is that we have to quit making excuses. And when she said that, it's like there was this release across the entire room. Everyone was nodding, everyone was agreeing. She said, it's time that we do the work. So you can see I'm excited about it, I'm enthused about it, I'm very happy because I can assure you, we have the teachers who want to improve Groveport Madison. They don't want to make any excuses anymore. It was a fantastic couple of days. Proud to have been a part of it, and I think we all should be proud of the teachers' work.
Any questions for Mr. Officer? Thank you.
Right now on our board items, first up we have our safety committee update. Mr. Smathers and Ms.
Good evening. Of course, I have Miss Kenyatta Conwell is coming up with me, our chairperson. I just want to mention that the last district safety committee meeting we had, we went over our Navigate 360 program. We are implementing a Navigate 360 program that is helping us be more consistent with how we do threat assessments, how we respond to emergencies, how we communicate and collaborate with first responders and emergency responses, as well as PBIS, positive based interventions and supports, and SEL, which is social emotional mental health learning. And you really don't want to hear from me, you want to hear from Kenyatta, so I want to turn it over to her. Yes.
Okay.
Next slide, please.
Okay. This Navigate 360 presentation was, for lack of a better term, pretty cool. Talking about threat assessments, emergency response. The emergency response, I'm going to kind of jump down. The emergency response was cool. Forgive my cool word, but I'm going to use that because I feel cool right now. It was cool in terms of the fact that teachers will be able to use technology during drills, real-time technology, attendance, instead of grabbing that clipboard as we normally do, and then you find the fastest kid in your line and run it over to the principal or the secretary to get those numbers counted. It's all electronic, which was really, really nice. Um, the threat assessment protocols, being able to actually start, um, I guess, like an electronic profile on students if there's, an issue with a particular student. And then that we also learned that those things can be transferred from not only school to school but district to district if they're using the Navigate 360. So if we got a student from Pickerington and Pickerington is using Navigate 360, their information can be transferred over to Groveport, which is huge. Um, Especially dealing with some of the children that we have, our special little beings, who may have little quirks or little issues. But it's always nice to know, especially being an educator, it's nice to know what the child that you're getting into your district or into your classroom, triggers, calm down techniques, all those types of things. So that was really interesting. You got something to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. Great. I think it's cool too. You can see the website there, navigate360.com. You can visit that and see more about the services that they're providing. The threat assessments were required by state law to conduct threat assessments, but it goes beyond just the threat assessment and conducting the threat assessment. It helps us also make sure we are providing services and supports for kids and families that need it. And really diving into, is this a minor situation or a serious situation when we go through a protocol of questions and discussions with the professionals that are involved. The emergency response system is very interactive. This is way cool. They're coming to map all of our schools. They're going to have all of our schools mapped. We'll have the every classroom numbered and identified. We'll have videos of every classroom. There will be maps that our first responders can click on their devices in real time. They can access the cameras during a crisis situation. They'll know where the shutoff valves are, entrances, exits, and the layout of the building. The positive based interventions and supports and mental health and social emotional learning are processes that we can follow and provide supports for our kids and families and throughout our schools and stay consistent with it. What Ms. Conwell was talking about is if a student is having some issues and we're providing supports in the fourth grade, when they move to middle school, this information stays with them and we don't have to reinvent the wheel or get to know the kid a little bit more. We know what's going on and how we can better serve kids quickly without having to go through getting to know them in that way all over again. Seth and Libby, you have anything you want to say?
I just want to say, just to echo, this is way cool. The software, when we went through it, I mean, everyone's on the same page moving forward. You've got the police and fire departments that will have access to this as well. So in a threat or in an emergency, it'll be a seamless response. So no, this is great.
Yeah, and I liked how they explained that if there's an active situation going on, they will be able to, emergency workers will be able to bring it up on their phone. They'll be able to see the layout of the room so they know exactly where they need to go and what's going on down the hallways and all of that. So that was a real plus that they will have that visibility and be able to react quickly.
Right, and I do want to mention we have somebody out in the audience, our Groveport City Council, and that brought this to my attention. And Navigate 360, he was the fire chief in New Albany. I don't want to give away too much. And they used this in New Albany, and he told me about it. It's exactly what our kids and our district and our community needed for us to be consistent on our safety and reacting to the needs of our kids, social, emotional, and mental health. So thank you, sir.
Um, okay, to ask questions. So this helps with threat location, correct?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
This helps with the mobile devices being able to know where the threat is physically, correct?
With the emergency response system, when we push an alert on our device, it'll let us know where it is.
Okay.
So if I'm in high school room 210,
Right.
the
You hit
first
that,
responders are going to know
everybody
to go
can
right
see
there.
where the threat.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
right.
Great. And how is our radio communication between? Obviously, I know we have Groveport and Madison Township Police and our own private. How is where everybody's on the same frequency, same communication, not multiple radios? Are we all on the same? One radio talks to everybody. How's that going?
Right. So our two-way radio communication was one of the improvements that we did with our comprehensive safety plan. And we have triangulation of repeaters throughout the district. In fact, we can contact our bus drivers throughout the district and beyond, but schools can talk to each other. We can also talk with our first responders.
Okay, so we can talk to Groveport, Madison Township Fire, and we talk to the sheriff on that.
Not the sheriff.
Not
No.
the sheriff. Okay.
But Groveport, City of Groveport, and Madison Township Fire and Police, they also can contact us.
Sure. Okay. Awesome. Do we have an idea of neighboring schools on this program as you talk about sharing data?
Yeah, from what I understand, Reynoldsburg, Whitehall, Gahanna, Canal's looking at it, and I believe Pickerington.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. We're good. Thank you very much.
Yes, I just want to
Oh,
add.
okay, there's more.
Yeah, there's more. Just a personal, just from a parent perspective, in terms of safety with Groveport, and I think if we rewind past back a couple months, when we were talking about even weapons detections and all those things, as a parent, I feel so much safer with my kids being in Groveport with the measures that you guys have taken to ensure the safety of our kids, and it just continues to grow. The weapons detection in the high school, that I never remember the name, the thingy, the badge you get. Yeah, it's Safe ID, which my seventh grader thinks is the coolest thing in the world. I think he would rather be tardy so he can get a slip a sticker on his shirt. But he thinks that's amazing. But you just can continue to improve on the safety measures for the district, and I just think that is commendable. So I, as a parent, I completely appreciate that. So that was all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your hard work and showing up, man. We appreciate you. Right. Our next item is our student advisory update. From the last time, I know we were talking about getting our applications out right after school. So I didn't know how soon we can, so that way we can be ready to go. I know that last meeting that I had with the middle school students, I'll start with them. In high school, they wanted to collaborate and expand on our observances and include more D&E programming. And that's what the students presented to. So I want to see how soon is too soon, or get your input when we should probably put out the applications. Everyone else is grandfathered in, you know that. And they go, if you go from building to building, if you were in eighth grade, you were grandfathered into the ninth grade group, high school, if you want. But want to know what are your thoughts on when we can get the student advisory applications out for the next wave, so we can.
We could put the applications out whenever you like. I think last year we waited until the start of school to try to have the buildings promoted to students. I mean, I'm happy to put them out. We can see what kind of response we get over the summer, or if you want to wait and do it as like a back to school push, whatever. It's a board committee, whatever you tell us to do, I'm happy to do.
Is it possible we could put it with the final forms? And that way it's out there for everybody.
Yeah.
Because I know for the elementary, We only had really participation from one major building, and then we had one student from one other building and one from you know another. We just didn't have the participation. So I would like for them to be able to have it as soon as possible because we only were able to get three meetings in.
Yeah, we can work on adding the application to final forms. I think that's a great idea. I do too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we had a because I know last year we stood it up. We came back from conference, was excited, stood it up, and then got moving. So I wanted to make sure we had a plan for that. At Trust, we're moving forward with the golf outing on Friday. So thank you to all of our partners. I mentioned some last week, the week before, or in the last meeting. So those that have, will be there. We'll see you Friday. On to item 4. Oh, did I turn it off? I'm sorry. I'm gonna ask and make a motion to table item 4 to approve the resolution to join vouchers hurt Ohio lawsuit.
I'll second it.
Okay. So
And I was wondering if we could have the last group that was in to present that was for the vouchers. I was wondering if we could get someone else to come in and talk to us. The gentleman that spoke, he was said that he was unable to answer questions, that we would have to get questions answered by somebody else. Then I just felt like that it really wasn't prepared well. So for me to make an informed decision, I would like to ask that they come back in, somebody come back in and talk to us about it.
Was that the first speaker that came in, the two people? Or?
no, it was the last one, the one that
person who mumbled through things.
correct.
Yes.
I'll reach back out to
I
the
agree.
organization.
I agree.
Ms. Gray, I'll reach out to the organization and see if we can get another presentation and if there's any additional support materials that we can get to the board as well, if that would be helpful.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there any more comment on this, the
Yeah, I
motion to
would like
table?
to know if we did do this, how the membership fee would be funded.
Mr. Treasurer?
It would be funded through the general fund.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments so we can?
Well, I second your motion to table.
Oh, Ms. Gray did. Thank you.
She already did?
Yes.
You can third it.
If we could have roll call, please.
Mrs. Dadelberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Right, motion passes, and I will get back with you all on that item. If I get anything via email, I will distribute it that way. And I know I've been through the website, so I will admit that I made we have item 5, which is to discuss request for territory transfer, and we did receive an email this afternoon that our legal counsel that was going to present that today is unable to be here. So unless there's discussion amongst us we would like to have, that's fine, but we don't have the presentation that is necessary. I believe there was questions from the board, but you all did receive an email this afternoon. So at this time, we can table this as well until the July meeting.
I motion to table.
I'll second.
Okay.
Discuss
the request for territory transfer.
And then this is great. Presbytery and stary transfer. Oh my God.
Well, we have people here who would like to speak about this territory transfer.
Well, the discussion was with our legal counsel. It wasn't with. I didn't have any other presenters. I didn't know that was a request. I didn't have that. I had our legal counsel. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that anyone else from the community would be presenting. It was for our legal counsel. So I'll coordinate with anyone else at that point. But the request of the board, my understanding from the last meeting, and we added it to the agenda, was for our legal counsel. So that is what this presentation is for.
Okay,
Who
so
was the second again? I want
So
to
I
make sure.
think we should
What,
allow them to
Miss Walsh,
speak.
1 second. I just want to make sure I get
I
the.
made it. She's
I want the second.
Miss
I-
Gray.
Thank you.
so the data we're looking for that we need, right? Is that going to be prepared by Adam and us? I mean, it looks like it comes down to we know how many students, cost per student, and then it will come down to makeup of the community, right?
It was a full legal presentation as far as guidelines, timelines, Ohio Revised Code. He also provided some language in that email that we all received.
Right.
So that is what we'll do. We'll table this motion. And
Right.
move it
I
to-
just didn't know what our plan is to address all those questions. Is that through council? Is that internally? A little bit of both?
It's going to be both. But we will start with legal counsel, then we'll move to the other piece. So it's very important we start with legal counsel, then we'll move with the remainder. If there's any specific questions or things that we would like to have, you please work with me and we'll get that added if we can do so.
Okay, thank you.
Can we have roll call, Mr. Treasurer?
I still would like to talk on this. We do have some people here. I think we should give them the opportunity since they're here and waited to at least say what they wanted to say.
That wasn't on the agenda. No one, I as the board president, I was not contacted to, I'm sorry.
It does say discuss
Yeah,
the
but it wa-
request for territory transfer. That's all it says on the agenda. It doesn't say have legal counsel come in and discuss the request for territory transfer.
I'm
We're
very
not
much,
voting on anything, so I don't understand what the problem is.
I'm very much aware, Ms. Walsh, and there's not a problem. However, we're going to wait for legal counsel as that was the plan.
But that's not what's on the agenda. The agenda is discuss the request. I would like to do that. And we have a couple people from the community here who would like to share a
And
couple
they- but-
things with us.
and
I
they
think
did
we
share
should
during
let
pub-
them.
And they did during public, we did not, we gave them the opportunity with public participation. So I'm going to ask that we honor the table motion that's on the floor. We can vote for that. And then if you would like to make another motion for discussion, the idea first was to have our legal counsel. If you would like for individuals to speak, you asked for, how did this happen? So our legal counsel said they would present. It was never my understanding that we were going to have any other additional conversation at that moment with anyone else. And I did receive the email from them, but we had not heard from council. We had already heard from the group who had put in the request.
The agenda says nothing about legal counsel. It just says discuss requests.
We
for
don't
territory
necessarily always
transfer.
list
So
all of
just
our.
saying.
I'm very aware, but none of our agendas have ever necessarily listed a specific individual.
There may have been. I honestly, I don't think until we have data, there's going to be a whole lot new information to share. Okay, but I'm just assuming. But it may have caused confusion looking at the agenda, and if it did, I think we should extend a courtesy. Is there someone here who would have signed up for a speaker slip had they not seen this on the agenda?
I would like to ask that we, as the board, vote on the motion at hand, and then we can open up, if you would like to make that motion.
Okay.
To do that, we can do that at that time. That way we can maintain our Robert's Rules of Order. If the board, my colleagues could yield to that, because we do have a motion on the table to table, and now it seems that we're still going to move forward with the discussion. And I do have a second for that motion, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I would like to amend my motion to offer the opportunity for anyone who wanted to speak on this matter and was confused by our agenda to present a speaker slip and make their presentation before we table this item as far as any decision is concerned.
And I second that.
Is there any additional comments or anybody like to add anything else? I have a comment. I would like to hear from our legal counsel first before adding any additional comments from the crowd. I mean, if there is an opportunity the next time, which there could be, I feel like I won't have the full picture. I do understand the rules and what has happened. However, without having our legal counsel present, I don't understand what more I would get from that. But if that is what the board wishes to do with our time, I totally understand. I do appreciate them coming out, reaching out, providing information. But unfortunately, our legal counsel is not here to provide the factors in which we got to where we are. And I think that is what we had discussed at the last meeting. So I do apologize if someone was mistaken. If we are going to call anyone for presentation, you will be contacted from the board and know to come to present. So that way
And
that's
I have a
clear on this topic. I'm not finished. I don't want anyone to feel that way. And I do apologize if someone does. But if you are a speaker, you will be notified by the board prior to so that you can speak. Go
And
ahead,
I'd
Ms.
like
Walsh.
to say that having them speak is not going to hurt anything. It's not going to change what the attorneys tell us when they come at the next meeting. Being respectful to our citizens, our constituents, it, it's just a courtesy,
It's not that
common courtesy to people who came, took time out of their day, their evening, and if they would have known they could have done public participation, it's not going to hurt.
Ms. Walsh, no one is saying that, and you're implying as if we're not trying to be courteous. I'm also looking at time, but I have no problem. I was just stating the fact that this discussion was set up for our legal counsel to give the counter, but no one here is trying to disregard anyone in the room. And I take very much offense for you to imply that for any board member because we care about all of our constituents, not just some. So we can move to vote unless there's additional commentary.
I'd wholeheartedly disagree with what you just said.
And that's fine, Ms. Walsh. We can agree to disagree. Thank you. Is there any additional comment, Mr. Kirshner, Ms. Gray, or Mr. Bauer? Okay. If we could have a vote, please.
Mrs. Delaberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirshner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Floor is yours, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You have to. We have. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Farron Ripple. So I did email you, and the superintendent did tell me that I was on the agenda for today. So
Okay.
yeah, I was told that I was on the agenda for today.
Okay.
So we are just asking for us to be transferred. I understand that this is going to have to be a conversation between lawyers but you guys still get to make the decision, right? So we only had 3 minutes last time, so we were trying to get all of our stuff in. So there is, I want to say it's 11 very small streets in our district that is a part of Hamilton Township, but is a part of Groveport schools. In those 11 streets, we had about, out of 230 registered voters who voted in the last election, we had about 178 people vote to want to put that back into Hamilton schools from Groveport schools. If we would have had a little bit more time, we probably would have got 85 to 90% of the votes. So we aren't here to cause any problems. We are just simply asking to leave. A lot of our kids play with Hamilton kids, especially in sports. Groveport has their own sports, and we're just kind of on the outs of that. So we are just asking for us to be transferred into Hamilton schools. We did have a meeting with the superintendents and OBETS is kind of the mediator between this, I would say. They're not for it, they're not against it, but they know that their residents want it. So they did hold a meeting and the deputy superintendent, and the treasurer did kind of come. Hamilton superintendent did come. There was a couple board members from Hamilton that said that they would be interested in this if interested in having these conversations if Groveport would allow us to transfer. I do want to say because there is a lot that Groveport does, right? And even tonight, you guys gave an award to Madison Township Fire Department for that bus accident. And when we say we are on the outs, this is kind of what I mean. My husband and my father work for Hamilton Township Fire Department. On September 15th, on Allen Creek Drive, there were 5 Groveport students in a bus and it said two adults, one being a Groveport bus driver that was rear-ended. The car hit the back of the bus. Car caught on fire. We all remember that, right? But again, that's Hamilton Township, and I know you guys really don't do a lot with Hamilton Township, but they didn't get an award. Not that they deserve an award for doing their job, but they don't get an award. And again, that's because we are a part of a Hamilton Township group and not a Madison Township group. So this again, this is kind of, and Obet's police department still did not receive anything either. So this is kind of what we're asking, is just to be a part of that community where we're already at instead of Groveport. You want to talk?
I just want to say, this is the McFadden Acres area right off of
Could you go to the microphone?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, this is the McFadden Acres area right off of Allen Creek Drive and the little trailer park just north of that. Now, this is only 3 streets that is parallel to Allen Creek.
Could you speak up?
Yes, this is only 3 streets that is parallel with Allen Creek. After that 3rd street west, that's all Obet's, as well as we are Obet's. And further west is Hamilton School District. Right down at the end of our street is the Forum, is the police department, the administrative building, all the sports that go on there. The yearly 4th of July parade, the Zucchini Festival, all is our center street, Ethel, all goes down there. The Hamilton football team, the cheerleaders, everybody in Hamilton participates right there where we are, and we're part of that. So we are very much displaced, and we belong in Hamilton. And it is just good for our kids. It's what they need. That's what we're asking.
Permissible to ask a question? So you mentioned 230 registered voters. So how would you vote? What did
So, in order for us to try and get this switched ourselves, you have to, the law states, and again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just trying to read this. The law states that in every even year, you have to have 75% of registered voters who voted in the last general election sign a petition saying this is what we want. There was another person that was working with some kind of council, I'm not really sure, that from my understanding had talked to Hamilton and had talked to Groveport about this. And they were trying to work it out. It did not happen. We received this very, very late. And so everything had to be turned in by March 15th. So we were given this, I want to say 2 or 3 days before that deadline, and we did our very best. I think March 15th was on a Friday. We did our very best. We turned our stuff in, I want to say maybe on Tuesday, and got those 178 votes. I did turn them into Mr. Collier. After that, I'm really not sure where they went. I'm sure they went to the lawyer because I got a letter from the lawyer stating that he in turn, they just weren't going to do anything with them because they were late.
clarify? You didn't get votes. You got petition signatures.
Yes, you had to vote in the last general election. So we got addresses, and so we knew exactly who voted, and we got those signatures of the people that needed, that we could get the signatures from.
And do you know how many students you have in your community?
So yes, there is 124 students in our area. Only 101 of them step foot into a Groveport school. We have, and that is not including in the numbers that we have, that is not including the kids that are homeschooled or the kids that pay tuition to go to a private school. We were not able to have those numbers, but we do know that 101 kids step into a Groveport school. There are 4 kids in our little district, 3 of them being mine, that are paid tuition Hamilton students. And then some of the other ones, I have it on my phone if you want to look at it. Some of the other ones, I think were like maybe a disability school. I'm not really sure, like, but other schools. Was there any other questions? We're just asking you guys to consider it, please.
Thank you guys so
Okay.
much.
Thank you for coming.
Now on to the next item, consent agenda. Have a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Grace first, Mr. Bowers second.
So
And-
I would like everything moved out of the consent agenda.
Can you repeat that?
I would like everything moved out of the consent agenda. Thank you.
So we'll start with item one. Yes, sir. Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education. I'm sorry, the first item is actually a treasurer's item. My apologies.
The treasurer recommends Grove Madison local Board of Education approve the minutes for the June 5th, 2024 special board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Grace first, Mr. Bowers second.
I have a discussion item. Disregard.
Any other comments or questions? All right, moving on to roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Davenberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
No.
And Ms. Walsh.
Abstain.
Motion passes. Next item.
The superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the certificated personnel items.
So moved.
Second.
Questions, comments?
Do all those individuals have their license?
Tell me what you're asking.
Do all the individuals on the certified personnel who are required to have licenses have their license?
I believe everybody on the certificated list have licenses. We have one hire that does not have an administrative license, so we're going to work with that person. They have a.
Is it a provisional license?
They have a counseling license. They have a mathematics license, and we're working on a temporary administrative license.
Is the person who is unlicensed being paid at a rate that is greater than some of our current license holders who have many years of experience?
That's possible.
Thank you.
Did I say something funny?
It would be very funny to have a new hire who is not licensed to be an administrator get 11 or so years put on their contract as an administrator when you have administrators working for 8 or 10 or 12 years. And that person, brand new, brand spanking new, walking in our district is going to be paid more than them. I guess it's not really funny. Maybe it's sad.
Well, if you understand how HR works, if there's someone who is the best person to hire and we select them and their compensation in a different district in a different role is such that we have to put them higher in the pay scale, I'm sure you wouldn't expect us to hire somebody for a promotional position at a lesser rate. Sometimes you have to make offers that are higher to do that. It's been my understanding that I'm instructed to hire the best possible candidates because it's focused on getting this district to improve to do that. So all of those are factual things.
I would say I would appreciate not even having to ask. I think you should have presented. If we're hiring somebody, I know as a trustee, I watched us once hire a person too young to carry a gun. And I would like to know if we're hiring somebody who isn't licensed and is getting paid at a rate, because we're not guaranteed will get that license. And I don't quite understand the logic of hiring them before they get it. How about they get it and then we hire them?
So I
My apologies. I thought when we did the draft agenda and gave this in advance for review, those sort of questions could have been clarified.
and also that my understanding with our current education policy, that is what education status and climate in the country. That's why those provisional licenses and things are what they are, to allow us to hire those that are in en route to get those things. That happens in healthcare, it happens in education, it happens in all other industries as well. And I don't see that we've done it all of the time, but there are exceptions, and that is why the um, policy or the code allows us to do that. But I do appreciate all comments. Is there anything else? Anyone else like to add at this time?
I would like to add that right now with recruitment and retention and finding good quality candidates is not easy. There's not a lot of candidates out there, and when we find somebody highly qualified to do this and somebody that we believe in that already holds 2 different professional teaching license, and we see that based on their recommendation, resume, and references, that they have all the ability to be an outstanding administrator, that we're going to support that because that's a benefit for our community, our kids, and our families.
But we don't know if they'll be good administrators because they have no experience being administrators, but you want to pay them as if they have 11 years as an administrator. That's,
With
I
respect,
would like to see the data that supports why that's a good decision.
with respect, that is not really the board's responsibility to do that. The board is to govern and set policy. You hired me to do that. I've been an educator for 31 years doing human resource work and making selections to do this. So I don't know what data you're looking for, but I'm going to say again, just because you say it isn't the case doesn't make it true. And I also want to add, thank you very much, that the state is providing the alternative license and the temporary license so that districts throughout the state have the ability to do this because we don't have a lot of qualified candidates to do this. And to help individuals advance their career and get additional license and certifications, that's outstanding.
And I agree. I agree with a lot of what you said, but I think the lens that might be missing here is let's presume that you are the existing.
Mr. Kirshner, can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry. Thank you. I agree with most of what's been said here, a lot of what has been said, but let's presume that you are an existing administrator and you feel you have done a fantastic job. And you've been here 8 years or so, and all of a sudden, boom, in comes the new person making more than you who just got their license. That's my concern. Because as you say these things, I think we also need to be mindful that we don't blow the existing ones out the door by doing this.
So again, are you agreeing with me that we should be hiring the best people?
Yes, I do. I very much do. And my concern is that, frankly, that's what we're doing. And we're not doing a good old boy network and we're not creating a shell around ourselves. That being the priority above and beyond hiring the greatest and best.
Are you suggesting that we would increase the other administrators who are therefore underpaid in your analysis?
Okay, one more time. I'm trying to.
You're suggesting that if I hire the person I believe is the best to bring them in, and a compensation level is higher than other people are making, that's not fair. Are you suggesting that I increase the salaries of the other administrators so not treated unfairly?
I guess I would suggest that you bring the new person. So what you just asked me is you found a fantastic attendant, gas station attendant, whatever employee you want to come up with. Rather than you bring that person in at 25 an hour while all the rest are making 18, should you increase them or should you start the new person out just like you did everybody else? I'd say start the new person like everybody else. Keep them in line, is what I'm saying. Keep the pay in line.
I'll tell you the story of a welder. A welder came in, and there's a job posted. The range was $18 to $36 an hour. The welder submitted 2 samples of work. One was perfect, one looked terrible. He said, "What's the difference?" He said, $18 to $36 an hour. You get what you pay for. If you want the best, sometimes you have to bring in the best to compensate them for that.
Right. I got you. And the $18 good welder ran out the door 2 weeks later. Thank you.
Okay, if we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please. Thank you.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner?
No.
And Ms. Walsh?
No.
If I could, Mrs. Duttelberger, I'd like to introduce the new person to join our district, Miss Megan Steele. Megan, will you come up to the microphone, please? Megan comes to us from Hamilton Township. She has a wealth of knowledge and experience. She was an overwhelming choice of the interview committee to bring her in. She has counseling experience, she has testing experience, she has curriculum experience. She's done a wealth of things at Hamilton Township as a guidance counselor. Jeff Altman, if he was here, I know he's told me he was extremely impressed with Megan. So we're very happy to have you join us here, Megan.
Thank you. Yes, with all that said, thank you, Superintendent Group. Thank you for the board for allowing me to come so you can put a face to the name. I do come with counseling experience. I've been in education for 19 years at the same school district. And so I'm really looking forward to this opportunity to go to the next level in the administrative role. I've been able to get in with Mr. Altman and the team the past few days and continue to work with them over the next weeks just to get an idea of the lay of the land here at Groveport and to just have this opportunity to really kind of jive with the team. They are an awesome set of administrators. So I'm really looking forward to working with them and working with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
I was just going to say welcome and congratulations, and we look
Thank you.
forward to your success here.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Megan, I always tell new hires to come to the meetings. This is the one time I excuse you've been approved. You've had your chance to meet the board. Thank you. Feel free to go home. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following non-certificated personnel items as attached.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Is there any questions? Any comments or anything? All right, if we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Dotterberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner?
Abstain.
And Ms. Walsh?
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following special education contracts. 5 contracts with New Story Schools, 2 contracts with Highland Community Learning Center, service agreement with TriStar Transportation, contract with ProStar Therapy, service agreement with Briar Patch, and use of facilities and services with Dreams on Horseback.
So moved.
Second.
All right, have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have some questions. These are very hefty contracts. Did we get competitive bidding on this services?
Mitzi was here earlier. No, I don't believe we would have received competitive bidding. These are placements based on the student's IEP needs.
And I noticed that this was the Dublin location. Is there a reason we're not doing the Lancaster location? Did we contact the Lancaster location? Or did we talk to our transportation department on which would be better for the bus drivers to drive down 33 to the Lancaster or drive across town?
Regarding which of the contracts?
All of the New Story contracts. Sorry.
I don't know the answer to that, but I would think that the decision would be based on availability and student need, not necessarily the what's easier for the bus driver.
I can say that we did have a conversation with transportation about this. Dublin location was better, and that these contracts are contracts that we've had before. They're not new.
Any additional questions or comments?
The TriStar transportation portion, I know there's been talk of trying to do as much of that in-house as possible and having additional vehicles and resources. Where does that stand?
I know that we do van transportation for smaller groups. I know that sometimes there are one-offs that it's not either available or practical for us to do that. Terry, do you want to come up? Can you address that? Typically, TriStar is in place for very specific needs of specific students to go to locations that wouldn't be practical for us to do it internally.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I just didn't know if, as far as practicality, us having our own drivers with individual vehicles, that kind of thing, what we've looked at.
Teresa certainly has explored this, and we've talked about TriStarts from before we got here. And the reality is these, and you use the term one-offs, that's exactly what these are. And TriStar has a whole business of that. And it was the McKinney-Vento kids as well, beyond the special ed. So the reality is she asked us to price it and look at it, and this made the best sense. Driver availability is the number one thing. And then the fact that TriStar is in place and they do that, and from what I understand, they do it well. So Teresa, I defer to her on all these issues, but rest assured she explored it.
I do know that we always try to look to transport in-house first. And when it's not practical or possible for us to do it, that's what we have, because TriStar does a nice job, but TriStar is also very expensive. So that is not our first option that we go to.
And we do carry 4 community bus vans here for the odds and ends that may come up from time to time, and we do that work because that just shows up from time to time.
So you said that these are beyond special education students?
Some of the work that we were asked to do at the very beginning a couple of years ago included non-special ed. They were homeless. They were the McKinney-Vento. And I believe the TriStar does some of that work.
But doesn't our memorandum of understanding from September provide that PBS will provide transportation for our special ed students, our McKinley-Vento?
Yes, it does. Yes, so we are
Why do we
available.
need outside service?
Yeah, we are ready and willing and available, but the cost is less, and the availability is greater for these. I mean, you were right when you commented about which way to go to New Story, Lancaster, or Dublin. You know, those are all taken into consideration. Teresa does an excellent job, and Deanna and Michelle. They know what they're doing with this. This is very special stuff. I actually can't believe the size of TriStar and how they do what they do in this area. I do this work in several other counties as well.
Great, thank you. There's something being said, McKinley, it's coming across as dental. What is being said? McKinley?
Oh, McKinney-Vento?
McKinney-Vento is identified homeless students.
It's not a dental agency.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. It's Google translating its own thing. So thank you for that. Sorry.
And this, I also have a question about the ProCare. Well, first I'm confused why we have all these different items under one thing. It seems not good. But the ProCare has the governing law. This agreement shall be governed by the laws of the state of Delaware. How does that work?
Just to repeat, Ms. Walsh stated she did for the ProCare therapy agreement contract. You can correct me if I'm wrong. The concern is that the jurisdiction, I believe, for an issue would be governed by the state of Delaware. And
Yeah,
I know, is that correct? That is your concern?
Item
Kathleen?
29, the governing law, this agreement shall be governed by the laws of the state of Delaware. That is a problem for me, yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know we discussed this last year.
Yeah, we discussed exactly this last year, and it was because of their home office was in Delaware.
Right.
Yeah.
And we confirmed because I think I
Right,
had
we did.
questions last year through legal counsel,
Yep.
and they vetted the contract as well.
Yes, and all of these contracts are expired and come due, so we're at the end of this academic school year, going into the next school year, so we are entering new contracts.
And it's probably standard language as well in their contract. But I had the exact same question last year. All right,
Right.
let's
Okay.
do-
So the question you asked the same question last year, and it was addressed.
It was addressed, and our legal counsel also confirmed. And actually, when looking at the contracts, I reached out to legal counsel and Adam prior to the meeting to ensure, we were good. So
Is there mediation language also, or do you know?
I have to go through the contract and find it. I just says the governing law. There's modification.
Okay.
There is another area because I had marked mine up. Jamie, I think, and I sent it to them because I had questions on certain areas. There is an area, if I recall, that talks about giving them the opportunity to correct, which is there seem like to me, which I am not an attorney, to be language looking at from an HR perspective as a way to kind of mediate, but they would like to have first right or the first availability to try to correct before moving to a next step. And I'm trying to find that paragraph here. It was
21, 22.
Is it 21, 22? I can find my one. Yep. 21 and 22 would kind of address that. And then it talks about resolved by its program representative client should escalate the issue to the appropriate program manager by calling, please ask for your account representative's manager. And that's kind of how that starts that process.
Excellent. Thank you. How many years have we been working with these people? Do we know? A long time. It's very well established.
They're saying they don't have that answer at this moment to give you exact numbers, but we can get back with you on that if you like.
And is this fairly time sensitive? You're telling us.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
This is to prepare for the next school year, correct? Academic year. Okay. Is there any additional questions or comments? Well, thank you all. Can we have roll call, please?
Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. The Ohio law allows public schools districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. The Transportation Department has completed studies, and residents in the affected areas will be offered payment in lieu for the 2023-2024 school year. The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation is attached as executive content since it lists the students' names.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Any comments or questions from the board? Okay, I just want to make sure I know because we pulled everything else. I want to make sure I give everyone opportunity. Okay. If not, can we have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please?
Ms. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
No.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Okay. Motion passes. On to the next item, please.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the supplemental payment to the chaperones of the middle school Washington DC trip.
So moved.
Second.
I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, yes, hearing none. If we can have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. On to the next item.
This is a late ad because we just did the PLC days Monday and Tuesday to put the names of the people who participated. The superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve $150 per day, which is $300 total stipend for the teachers who attended the PLC training.
So moved.
Second.
Right, I have Ms. Gray first, Mr. Bauer second. Any questions or comments from the board? We're good? Okay, if we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer, please.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. And on to the superintendent's agenda.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached list of candidates for graduation.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray.
If you'll notice, this is a little bit different than what we've done in past years. We did earlier lists and then we had to do modified lists after the fact. This is the complete and accurate list of all of our graduation.
But we will still have some for the summer's graduation.
Correct. This is the complete list of graduates from spring commencement.
Okay. And we'll bring those summer graduates in too, so we can recognize them, and like we did in the, it was winter, right? Yeah, okay, perfect. Are there any questions from any of the board colleagues?
Yes, could you clarify what you just said, please?
I asked a question about how at graduation, we have some graduates that may graduate later in the year. Last winter, we did a graduation for I think it was about 7 or 8 maybe students, and so we brought them into the board, gave them an opportunity to be recognized for pushing through and graduating. And so we will have some summer graduates that are finishing up right now, and I was asking, will we do the same thing again to acknowledge them here at the board meeting as we've done in the past?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. If there's no additional comments or questions, if we could have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dotterberger,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner,
Abstain.
and Ms. Walsh.
Abstain.
Okay. Well, if I could say something about graduation really quick, I definitely wanted to thank the coordinators for the awesome work that they did. Mr. Davidoff, Ms. Himes, I don't remember all the names, so correct me, Mr. Smathers, you know all the people, and even the venue that we use for graduation, very hospitable and very welcoming to our students and families. Everything looked very nice, and our students were very happy. And the one comment that I've heard over and over again, that they were so excited to see that the students got to pick who gave them their diploma. And I think that's really cool. Students were happy, families were happy, and so were our faculty. So good job. And that's why we're here.
I have to second the congratulations to the graduation coordinators, but it was a work of a ton of people, including Deputy Superintendent Smathers. Graduation is the biggest thing we do. I said this in my board update last week. It's the most important thing. It's what we strive for. It's 13 years of focused work and education to get kids there. It's so critically important. And to have such a wonderful event, I think we provide lots of wonderful opportunities for families to see their kids get on the stage, hear their name heard, get lots of pictures. So we take those. It is a wonderful event, which is only the result of hard work and planning. That we're starting graduation planning. We've already started graduation planning for next year. So it's the thing that we strive for. It's all we're about. And it was a lot of work, a lot of thank yous, and it was a wonderful experience.
Yeah, and I'd like the opportunity to say Miss Marky Smith is the graduation coordinator.
Thank you. I couldn't remember her name. I knew her face. Thank you.
Yes,
Ms.
and
Smith.
she was assisted by Mrs. Amy O'Brien. They did an outstanding job, and like Mr. Group said, a lot of people were involved with it, but it took their leadership, and we had an outstanding graduation ceremony.
And shout out to our comms team for the weekly and daily pictures of all of our students with their earlier childhood photo, with their high school senior photo. I think that's really cool that our district does that, and the community can celebrate. You know, our students are our next leaders. So thanks to the comms team for that as well.
Next, we have our business services update. Mr. Hausman.
Good evening. I will try to be brief. I just have a couple of things to get through. The first one that I brought up was as far as the construction project at 4500. I believe it's the next item on your agenda. You will see a change order on there that needs board approval. So, as I wasn't here at the beginning of this project, I've done everything possible to try and learn a lot of the history. One of the things that is going on with this, the reason this change order exists, is the construction documents originally went through city review, and it showed the gas meter at the pre-engineered metal building and Columbia Gas extending the underground gas line to that gas meter. When the construction superintendent called to get the gas meter installed just recently, Columbia Gas now says no, we won't install it up at the pre-engineered metal building. It has to be out at by the road in the right of way. So with that being dictated by Columbia Gas, it's now our responsibility to run 535 feet of underground gas line from the roadway to that pre-engineered metal building. So that's where the change order is coming in. It is the labor to excavate, to install the underground gas line, and then to put everything to backfill, to repair the green space, to repair the asphalt, things like that. We were trying to find the most affordable route to get this done, whether it was directional boring compared to open excavation. Since we're still in construction, open excavation was cheaper. So that's what this change order reflects, is the open excavation option. But anyway, I wanted to give you a little bit of information on that since I know it's coming up on your agenda. If I can answer any questions on that, I absolutely will. If I don't know the answer, I'll do my best to find the answer for you and get it to you. Before I move on to the other items, do you have any questions on that that I can help you with?
Did you get multiple bids on this work?
I know the Setterlin, they reach out to their subcontractors to get pricing. So Setterlin does all the pricing because they're our construction company, and then they talk with their different subs.
So is there something that compels us or makes it mandates that we go through them and their markup versus just having someone place the line and make determinations?
Well, the hope was that maybe Columbia Gas would be willing to install the line.
Right.
As I called our project manager with Columbia Gas, and when I spoke with her, she was going to run it past her boss, but she didn't think that that was going to be possible. We've had many conversations with the project manager at Columbia Gas, both myself and our owner's rep through Bricker Graydon. And right now, this is the best option. The other thing that is driving this is because of the timeline. If we don't have the gas line installed in a very short period of time, it's going to put the project with the gas line in critical path, and because everything else is trying to be complete so we can move in beginning to mid-August. So again, this being mid-June, we need to get the gas line installed as quickly as possible. And yeah, after mentioning it to Columbia Gas, they did not come back with a favorable response.
Thank you.
And this will be paid out of the grant, out of the ESSER grant.
Oh yes, thank you.
So it's not general fund money; it's actually ESSER grant money.
Yep, that's what I was going to ask. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the gas line? If not, I'll move on. Okay. Right now, I know I've put it in some of the updates. The FRP is out for the food service program for our district. We had a pre-proposal meeting. 4 companies attended that. The FRP bids are due on Monday, so we will review those middle of next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. I know I've talked with the treasurer and the superintendent already about that, and probably by next board meeting there'll be a recommendation for your approval on that agenda.
And the outsourcing versus in-house, can you explain that to me?
Well, when I came to the district, it was outsourced. I believe that Chartwell has been here for the last 4 or 5 years, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they've been here for probably 15 years. So,
Okay.
we
Could be.
we looked at doing this in house. We met with Trent Wells. Adam was involved. We did financial analysis, and looking at moving forward with CEP, which is universal lunch for everyone. Financially, it made sense to continue outsourcing. Now, keep in mind, all of the cooks are our employees. It's only the food service management that is outsourced.
That was really the base of my question. Thank you. I wasn't sure. I thought we had in-house, and I wasn't sure what the balance was. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of the other things that we're currently working on right now. I'm working with FMX and all of our building principals. We're trying to put an online system in place. We have FMX for multiple other things throughout the district. As far as facility rentals and usage, both within our district and outside. People who are wanting to rent the facilities for dance recitals and things like that. We're trying to put a process in place that works at both the building level and the district level for approval, and making sure that when it is the out-of-district companies that are wanting to rent our facilities, we've got the certificate of liability insurance, and that we are, we're charging them appropriately, things like that, to protect the district. So I want to make sure that we have a software in place that does this. So I met with the building principals earlier this week. Everything went very well. They're very in favor of it.
And we currently do rent the facilities out, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question on that. Since we've been talking so much about safety, when we rent the building out to other groups, do they have to like sign in so that we know who's in the buildings and where they're located? And I just was thinking if something would happen, when you have classroom, you have your attendance and those types of things. But if you're renting out your facilities, you have no idea who's in that building.
Yeah, if you rent it out for a dance recital or something like that, yeah, typically whoever the person is hosting the event, they're supposed to know attendance. Now, obviously, if there's a lot of people in the audience, they're not going to know that. But that's one of the things the certificate of liability insurance does, is that helps protect the district in those type of circumstances.
In most cases, when we rent, are we fairly well restricting access? In other words, aren't we gating off the areas where we don't want them?
Yeah, I know as I've talked with the building principals, they absolutely try to do that because they don't want everybody who's renting the facility going through the building. So wherever we can restrict access, we do.
Do we have areas where we need restrictions and we don't have them? In other words, areas where we should have gates, but maybe we don't?
I know we don't have gates in a lot of places, but to be honest, we have huge numbers of classrooms with no doors. So, I mean, it's very difficult to restrict depending on what part of the building they're using because we don't have doors we can lock for many of the classrooms.
The other problem with gates is most of the time gates are against fire code, and they're not going to let you to stretch gates in the hallway and maybe only create one point of egress in and out.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Also working with Evolve, I've met with them a couple times now. We've got another meeting next week, updating all of the scanners at the entrance ways, making sure everything's working properly. So I want everything in place and updated before school starts. So we're working on that currently. My account's been set up to where I can work with them, and we're going to go through each unit one by one, make sure everything's updated and ready to go for them to start in the new school year. And then along the lines of safety, also working with School Safe ID, making sure that everything's in place as far as our check-in system. And also, we've heard that there's a couple of staff members who would like some more training on that. So I'm working with School Safe ID to get the training set up either towards the end of summer or at the very beginning of the school year. So the staff members who need training will receive it.
Are we adding additional Evolve units?
At this moment, not to my knowledge. I'm just trying to, several of the units, or one of the units is a couple of versions behind, so we're updating the software in them. We're going through just making sure they're operating properly, doing all of the necessary checks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hausman. Mr. Hausman, I want to apologize, and this is 100% my fault, but the board has a standing presentation from CBS that needs to be added to your agenda every time. I'm sorry for that. That is my fault. Come on up, CBS.
My presentation is short and sweet. We submitted our report and it stands. We still struggle keeping up with the number of drivers. We're still at 91 because we gained a few and lost a few. We had a great end of the year picnic. We operate the school buses for Johnstown out of the Kyber Run golf course. So we had over 100 Groveport employees, you know, our CBS employees and their families for the picnic on June 1st. It went great. Graduation shuttle, Kings Island, everything went well. We're all set for July 4th. Jared is on his way to the National Rodeo, June 29th and 30th. He's Austin, Texas. We'll let you know how that goes. He's bringing his son. And we're looking forward to moving to 4,500, like really looking forward to that. Summer school's going well, and our training and recruiting continues. It's always, we just train and recruit all year long to try to get new people in. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
One thing I would add, and I know you said we're struggling, getting staff, and we have 91 for 67
Correct. That's correct.
I know it feels like the bus driver shortage has kind of passed because it hasn't been part of our world for the most recent months, but I can assure you that other districts, it's still going on, their bus driver shortages. So the fact that we are fully staffed is a big deal. And when you're fully staffed, then you can start to make determinations. If you're desperate for someone and they're, calling off and not doing some things like that, you can't really afford to get rid of someone, trying to hire somebody else. But when you're fully staffed, then you can make sure that you're getting and keeping the best people. So we are in such a much better place right now than what we were even a year ago.
And I echo that because there are districts all over the state. I get called every day. It's not an exaggeration. Every single day, including today. I was working with a district about this size, and they're not just short; they're like dangerously short. And what they want us to do is recruit and hire drivers that we lease to them. And the reason they want to do that is the drivers, for some reason or other, if there's not a good culture, the culture we have built here is crystal clear when you're down there and you see it, and we work it like crazy. And that's what it takes. You have to make them feel good to be there, at work. These school districts are short, so thank you so much.
To that point, it would be great if the board agreed if we could get a list of the drivers that participated in the various rodeos, including the one who is going on to Texas, and maybe we could provide a congratulatory letter of thanks signed by the board to just thank them for that extra effort.
Certainly, we'll provide that right after the national competition at the end of the month.
Thank you.
Sure.
Where's
Thank you.
the competition?
Austin, Texas.
Okay.
Austin, Texas. So he's really looking forward, flying down with his son. He's going to have some fun, and it'll be great.
Remind us how the rest did.
Pardon?
Remind us how the rest of the drivers did.
We will have a list for you. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we had quite a group, as you saw on social media. I tell you, Teresa works that group, those
Awesome.
drivers. She really does.
Thank you.
And anytime we get that, obviously we put things in the board update as well. The list of how people have done, we send that, but we need to do a public recognition. That's good.
Sure.
Thank
you so much.
Okay, the superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the resolution to approve change order number 23 to GMP amendment number 4 to CMR agreement with Sutherland Building Company and authorizing negotiation and execution of the change order.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray and Mr. Bauer as first and second. Are there any additional questions? This was already covered by the business services update. Are there any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay. If we could move to roll call, please. Mr.
Mrs.
Treasurer.
Dettelberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye. All right, motion passes.
Okay, our next report is the Diversity Engagement and Human Capital Report. Mr. Trace.
Madam President, board members, thank you for my first opportunity to talk to you about human capital. I have one report and then I have one event to go over with you. First of all, if you look at the screen, we hired 5 new administrators. We have 13 resignations over the entire realm of the teachers and administrators. And the event that I wanted to speak to you about, here we go, is our classified job fair that we had in, we combined it with Whitehall and Canal, and we had it at Canal. One of our communications folks snuck in and took a picture. Not my best side, but when we put this together, we really didn't have any expectations on how we were going to be received, how many folks would be there. I was really blown away. We had well over 20 plus candidates that walked in, either did the application there. They were very impressed with some of our cups and our cruiser pins. And I was really blown away because I had, being new to the district and getting the opportunity to talk to several people from Groveport coming over. A couple grandparents that brought their kids over. Their kids were, I think they graduated in 22, and they were extremely excited to hear about Mr. Altman. I believe the one girl said she was my dude, or he was my dude. He was a great teacher. So too bad he's not here to hear that, but I'll let him know. But it was really a great opportunity to hear people talk about the community, talk about the school district, and just really want to get involved in the schools. We talked about substituting as custodians, educational aides, clerical, and cooks. I had a list of positions that we had there that were open. Several people are going to be interviewed for those positions, but also one of the things that you'll find is our list of candidates, our list of subs that we have is a short list. And when we have a custodian that's ill or has to be out for some reason, and we don't have a qualified person to go in and clean properly, it puts our kids and our staff in a bad situation. So providing them with a longer list of subs that can come in and provide us some support is a huge plus. And like I said, I was really blown away. I wasn't sure what to expect. I'm not so sure that any of us knew what to expect, how many people would stop in. But I have someone's contacting them so we can get them in and talk with them about becoming a cruiser. So that's all I have to report tonight. If you have any questions.
Are you going to be doing any more combined job fairs like this?
I haven't had a chance to talk to Whitehall and Canal since that night. But we do want to get together and kind of talk about what they received too, just kind of compare notes. I can't see why we wouldn't do that. It was a great opportunity for us to meet. I mean, what I've found in the past is substitutes will work in the area. No one really wants to drive 25, 35 miles to sub for $17, $18 an hour. They would rather stay in their community. And there were some folks that came in that were from Canal that used to live in Groveport, went to school in Groveport, and they were really willing to come back and help out. it was a great event, it really was. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam President, I need to excuse myself for just a couple minutes. Thank you.
Okay. The next item is OFCC update and discussion. We have Josh Predovich from SHP with a follow-up. This presentation will have added to the online. You have a hard copy at your seat in front of you, and it'll be projected up there.
Good evening. Thanks again for allowing us to come in and make a brief presentation. Just a couple items tonight. I think this guy working doing it. There we go. Awesome. What I'd like to do is, in response to some comments that we got at the last board meeting about the possibility of not proceeding forward with OFCC's storm shelter allowances for this next segment for the district. We were asked to take a look at the possibility of improving some areas in the building that could be used, and we're using this term place of shelter. So if there were a storm or a wind event or something along those lines, are there areas of the building that potentially could serve as those locations where the students could shelter in place? So we've looked at that. I've also got some examples of that. And then we also wanted to just touch briefly on the idea of the bond issue timing of when that potentially might occur. And so, again, just a reminder, because it does affect your local funded initiative budget. Again, we've shown this slide multiple times. Obviously, our goal with your project, our goal with every project when we work with the commission and the school district is to try and maximize your co-funded budget. So we try to get as much of the money to apply to that co-funding, which for your district, obviously, you're getting 53% from the state. So we're trying to maximize that. This is something that, since we're not considering using the OFCC's standard for the storm shelter allowance, this is something that we would be considering as 100% LFI. And I'll explain what that means when we look at the budget numbers. Last time when I presented to you, this is your next segment. So this would be segment 2. And you'll notice at the bottom of the page, we had our recommended local funded initiatives. And we were carrying 10% initiative for inflation and some Ohio School Design Manual protection. And then we also had $400,000 in for soil import protection. And so what we're recommending to you tonight is to consider the possibility of adding more money into that local funded initiative budget. And so you'd asked about the possibility of seeing some examples of how we might implement this. Just a reminder that right now what we're talking about is we're talking about budgets for planning, right? We're not designing, right? We're not designing the facilities at this point. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure there's enough money in the budget so that the designers can work with you and your teams when the buildings actually get laid out. And so we're implementing a strategy and we're assigning a budget to it, but we're not doing a design. And so as an example for you, Miami Trace Local Schools finished a 6-8 middle school. I think they moved into that building probably in 2012 or 13.
Can I pause you just for a second?
Please.
For our board, there is a printed copy of this. It's not in your board packet. It's the actual presentation.
Yeah, I'm catching up. Thank
Yep.
you.
I just wanted to make sure so that way if you have questions, we were good. Sorry about that, sir. Continue.
All right. Thank you. And so what I wanted to show you is an example of how we would apply this idea of a place of shelter for the students in the event of, again, a storm or a wind event. At Miami Trace's middle school, effectively, it's a 6-8 building, so comparable to what we're talking about doing with our 5-6 buildings that we're discussing being a part of this next segment. Effectively, it's got a 1-story classroom wing in front of a 2-story classroom wing, and then sort of a section of the public spaces, if you will, the media center, student dining, and offices and music, and then the gym and the locker areas. Now, the nice thing about middle school buildings is we do have locker rooms. Locker rooms are a great little shelter space, right? It's a wide open kind of floor plate, right? You've got lockers around the exterior wall. Traditionally, it's adjacent to showers and restroom, again, so you've got the ability to take advantage of that. And traditionally in those spaces, we try to make most of that out of concrete masonry, right? So it's easy to be taken care of. So it's an area that we can utilize that's kind of ready-made for what we're talking about. And so really what the budget needs to do is it needs to support enough square footage outside of the locker room, in addition to the locker room, that would support the whole student population and the staff. And so for the facilities that we're talking about supporting about 786 people. It's about 80 staff and about 706 students. And so as I looked at this and as we analyzed it, if you look at the Miami Trace example, you've got the 2 locker room buildings, and then you would start to look at the corridors around those locker room buildings, again, which would all potentially be 1-story sort of configuration. So what we really would be talking about is sort of fortifying, if you will, that corridor network in that locker room area. And so, again, this would require us to make sure that those walls were concrete masonry, that they had foundations, right? We would be taking them all the way up to the underside of the deck. So effectively, we're talking about 14-foot tall concrete masonry walls with full foundations. So this is basically what we based our budget on. So as you're looking at this as an example, so as we looked at each of the potential new middle school buildings, for each building, it's roughly about $330,000, $340,000 to do this kind of fortification, if you will. And so the recommendation that I'm here with, tonight with you is to look at the possibility of adding, I think it's $1,091,000 to the LFI budget that would allow us to make sure that we had a premium in place for these places of shelter. And the one thing that I want to point out is all of these LFI budgets are going to be a line item as part of your project, and you ultimately can access them and use them, and ultimately if the designers are able to find a way to do it for less than that budget, that's still sitting in your LFI pot of money, and you can utilize it in other areas. So for instance, if we find out that we don't need to spend $300,000 at each building to do this, and we can find a way that's less expensive, that money can be applied someplace else. But it is going to be in your LFI pot of money. It won't be part of your co-funded budget. And so if you take a look at the updated budget, we've gone effectively from about $77 million to $78.3 million. But it would afford us the idea, the knowledge that we have some dollars in place to be able to support this. And we have some money that the designers, the architects and engineers can utilize.
And I know you're obviously saying this already, but I want to point to, so because it is 100% LFI, that means that it is not part of the required design, even though they would co-fund the storm shelter, but the storm shelter was like 4.6 million or something like that.
Correct.
To go beyond the basic standards of what the OFCC process is, if we want to upgrade this, that's why it's 100% on our dime and not co-funded, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I have a question. It sounded like you were saying that all interior walls that are being considered in this scenario are full foundation.
That's correct. Yeah.
In our existing structures, right, where every wall is concrete, right? What is the structure underneath that typically?
More than likely, if they're more than 12 or 14 feet tall, then they're going to have a full foundation underneath them. So sometimes if we're doing let's say that we've got 2 classrooms that are adjacent to each other and we've got a concrete block wall in between them, but that block wall doesn't go up much above the ceiling.
Right.
So maybe it only goes up, if the ceiling's at 9 feet, we might only take it to 10 feet. We might do what we call a thickened slab underneath that, which then wouldn't have a full foundation under it. But what we're recommending here is that we would go ahead and take those all the way to deck so that there wouldn't be any airflow above them. They would be fastened and secured by the deck up above. And then they would have a full foundation under them, meaning that they've got to go down.
And our existing walls aren't the height that you're looking at.
That's correct. That's correct.
So, and do they need to be for some reason?
Yeah, we believe that we would want to make sure that we could support that with the budget ultimately, and then if we find out that we don't need to utilize all that money for that, ultimately if the design somehow lays itself out to be more economical, then we can look at that time.
Yeah, no, I guess my question was, our existing walls are 9 10 feet, let's say, right? Why do we need 14 foot now? Well, are you just extending that all the way to the deck?
That's
Is that
correct.
the only difference?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions in regards to what we're recommending?
So there's obviously opportunity for a hybrid, right?
Yeah, correct.
We're just trying to kind of give them the same safety factor that they would have now. There's an opportunity to just say, okay, let's do concrete, but not go so.
Exactly.
And does that change anything with the L5 or anything like that? In other words, can you spec an interior concrete wall and still be within spec of the OFCC?
Definitely. I mean, I think once we work through the design process, I think that you could.
Oh, so there's a possibility to
Exactly.
shift this. Yep.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yep. Any other questions? All right, I'll continue on. If you remember the last time that we spoke, we talked about what next steps potentially would be after the passage of the notice of conditional approval. Obviously, we're waiting for the commission, their July board meeting, and then ultimately we'll see final approval, and then that'll go to the controlling board. The next step that the district needs to consider is the timing of potential bond issue. And so I wanted to put this calendar back up. You'll remember that in every meeting that I've spoken to you and every presentation that we've made, we've talked about the fact that November of this year is the earliest that the district could potentially go on to secure the local share. I think it's important to understand that there are two filings that are coming up, one at the end of July and one at the beginning of August, and I'm sure that Adam's probably got those dates handy, but ultimately, in order to be ahead of those filings, there's a number of things that have to happen, right? The millage has to be established. There has to be a conversation with the county auditor and a number of other things that needs to happen with the financial team. And so tonight, what I'm here to let the board know or advise the board is that in order for you to consider November, you're going to need to make a decision soon about the potential for being on this year. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at the next two opportunities, which would be of May of 2025 and November of 2025. November of 2025 will be your final opportunity with the offer of funding that you're receiving from the commission at this time. So in order to give yourselves 3 bites at the apple, November would be your first opportunity. Otherwise, you're looking at 2 bites at the apple next year. Any questions in regards to that? Okay. That's all the information I have for you tonight.
I did want to go over this as a, you're welcome to stay up there, but this is just comments that I have. Due to the late hour, I was gonna have Nate pull up our website and go on, but I wanted to kind of go over on our district website, just doing a quick audit of this. We've had banner postings, we have tabs and links for master facility planning progress updates. We had master facility planning discussed in the State of the Schools video. We have facility master planning posted invitations on our website. And of course, many of these that are on our website, or most of these, were also sent out in social media and email. We have board meeting recaps we talked about every time we've talked about master facility planning, and we've had this addressed in Fast Facts Friday. We have a separate Grove Cruisers website that we could look at that talks about the master facility planning process, all the meetings, all the notices, copies of the slides, everything we've done and gone through. We've had newspaper articles by the Southeast Messenger to talk about this. We talked about this at State of the Schools. We talked about this Golden Cruiser. We've talked about this at Job with Jamie. We did 4 invitation emails from January 3rd to 10th, reaching over 9,500 people each. We did 3 facility planning surveys from February 3rd to 7th, reaching over 9,500 people each. We did additional emails and text notice reminders about the meetings, which were received by over 9,000 people each. We had community engagement presentations and planning meetings. We had, I'll back up a little bit. We had 7 email and text notices reminding people to come to the meetings. We had 9 face-to-face community engagement presentations and planning meetings from January 17th, 24 to March 26th. We had board meeting updates and presentations. We had weekly board updates regarding the facility master planning process. We had facility planning core team meetings, which includes 2 of our board members here. We met monthly or sometimes more often than that. We had 15 social media posts over 15 weeks with over 21,533 people reached. We had 2 paid ad campaigns with 95 click ROI and 19,614 total impression returned. We used 3 different media types, including single image, video, and stories. The deputy superintendent personally invited a series of local dignitaries, and each building principal personally invited at least 10 parents to attend the events. Now, why do I tell you all this? Number one, I am 100% okay with differing opinions about what is the right answer, what is the wrong answer, but when things are misleading or things that have caused problems and concerns with people, I want to bring the truth forward. It was claimed that this was not done with public participation and input, and that the board was blindsided. This is not my plan. This was the plan of the people who participated in these meetings. The people who participate in these meetings have contacted me and said that they felt like it's been demeaning to them that they came to these meetings. Yes, the numbers were small, but they participated in that. We did the series of meetings and votes. And I guess I want to make sure that it is not the message that we're saying that we don't appreciate the people who came in and participated with us. And I don't think it's a factual message to say that this was not done trying to get public participation and engagement. And so I just want to bring those are factual things forward, that the effort to engage people was out there. We did not have the turnout that we hoped for. I admitted that, but it wasn't that nobody turned out, and there were people who came, gave their time and commitment to bring a plan forward. This was not my plan. Josh can attest, he was at every meeting. I did an introduction and a thank you at the end, and I did not participate after that. So this is not me trying to forward some personal agenda, and I just think it needs to be said.
Maybe we lean too much on technology because the stats are fantastic. The turnout was not. And then the rest I'm going to let go because I certainly heard contrary information as far as feedback and what people were told was necessary to do in Groveport in order for the project to succeed, etc. So I don't think, from the feedback I got, that it was hands off and this community making a decision. That's just my opinion.
Well, and Mr. Kirschner, to be honest, your post on our district website was a big part of the reason I brought this up. You stated this was definitely not created with public feedback. After stating that he was disappointed in public participation, the superintendent blindsided us with a plan never before presented to the public. At the 2 meetings where this plan was discussed, no public participation was allowed. This was easily the worst example of public input I've ever seen in my lifetime in the district.
Yes, thank you. Well said.
Well, that's not factual. That's
Actually,
not true.
we had 2 board meetings with no public participation while you were complaining about community engagement. So that is a fact. That is a fact. You can dispute it, however, the meeting minutes and the agendas will show otherwise.
I'd like to add that there are certain meetings that have public participation and others that don't. But most of all of our regular board meetings do have public participation. So at least once a month, for certain, we have had public participation as planned in how this board is ran. Even on some special board meetings, we have offered public participation. I do appreciate the stats. Technology is important, and it also sounds like, from what I also heard, there were some personal invitations made. I know I also made some as well to some dignitaries to come out and community members. But I think that I can't speak to why people did or did not come, but I do appreciate you following up, Mr. Group, with the comms team to explain what we did with the campaign. We use those tools all the time to reach parents day to day. So that's not uncommon, and we reached out to that community yet again using those exact same tools. So, Mr. Kirshner, if there are examples or ideas that you may have, I definitely hope that you share that with the team so we can have those. But we are using the tools that we have And they did go above and beyond reaching out to parents. And then, of course, Mr. Smathers and myself reaching out beyond our network here. So I do appreciate the comments. And Mr. Group putting that information out and together so that way it is clear what was done because it was concerning that nothing was, and that is not the case. Something was done to connect, and we do appreciate your time coming and our team putting that together, and our teachers that came out, and our admin members that came out to speak about what they would like to see in our district.
Yeah, and as a parent, I mean, I was getting the emails, the text notifications. I saw it on Facebook. So, you know, being a parent in the district, I definitely saw when those meetings were being held.
Very good. I would say it's another great example of when it would be great to have two regular meetings and not special meetings. I think we missed a great opportunity, and I hope we don't do it again.
And again, maybe two special meetings would be better, and maybe there are better ways to get people to participate. But there was no way this was a blindside, and there's no reason to demean the people who did come to the meetings to participate.
And those are some of our staff as well. So when we do that, that is what you're implying.
Okay, well, I received direct communication, including from the media, that stated that exact same thing, where they felt like they had come to the meetings, and then where in the world did this come from? So I am reflecting what I am hearing from the public, not just some personal opinion that I made up. So I'm sorry if it doesn't align with what you think it should align with.
It doesn't align with the truth.
The truth.
It does not align with the truth.
There you go. All right.
Well, I know I went to a couple different meetings and there was no signage. The one, the door was locked. There was no signage. Nobody knew that the meeting was there, and you say you sent meetings out, and that doesn't jive with what the reality was at the meeting. And 9,500
signage was
emails.
the
Is
front
that how
door.
many emails you said you sent out?
For instance,
9,500?
if we have one at Glen
never
Denning, the
received
signage, Glen Denning Elementary School, that's where it's at. And you said the door's locked, but you were coming in the lunch door on the side, not the front doors.
No, I was coming in the front door, and I
I
have a
I
picture of the front
personally
door.
let you and your sister in the side door, which is supposed to be locked.
Well, that was right in front of the.
But you keep saying we were
marquee.
locking everybody out.
I don't want to argue with you. There was only 3
What?
community
You
members,
can-
and
you
there was
can
no
invite
signage.
10,000 people to show up, but you cannot
Nobody
force them
expects
to show
10,000 people to show up.
But I'm not saying that. I said you can invite 10,000 people. That doesn't mean you're going to have 10,000 people show up. It's those that want to be there will be there.
You gotta have a sign out front, letting
Yeah,
people
if it
know that
said-
the meeting's going on. I mean, come on.
Well, thank you all, and I appreciate those stats. Appreciate all comments. I do appreciate the comms work on that as well. Again, if we have suggestions, let's provide suggestions or solutions to problems and not just view problems. So that'd be great. That'd be great to have that. If we could do that as a board, we can agree to disagree. But if we can move on to the treasurer's agenda at this time, unless there's something else, I do think we need to discuss this. I don't know if we're discussing that now as far as the next step. Because we're kind of pushing it for July or get everyone to start thinking about the next step that he mentioned on his presentation as far as the first filing with the county auditor and the second filing with the Board of Elections, and we can be prepared to maybe discuss more in depth in July. Or do you need us to, from your standpoint, Mr. Treasurer, to have that discussion with you now to kind of give you some idea of where we're going next?
Yeah, well,
That is my question.
yeah, we'll just have to have 2 meetings by in July. So we have one scheduled now. So we'd have to have, if we have a special board meeting, we can do it then too. But we just have 2 meetings by August. I think it's August 7th, if I remember. I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's August 7th, if I remember right. So we need to have 2 meetings before then. We already have a regular course already out in July, but we used to have a special sometime the week after that. Because the week before that's July 4th weekend, or a week, that'd be bad. But maybe, the week after that. But as a board, we can discuss that.
Okay, so what I will also ask our board colleagues to do, if there's any additional questions about the OFCC process, we have our subject matter expert here. I'm sure we have email communication. Let's reach out to him, ask those questions, and get the appropriate clarification we need so we can come back as a body to make a decision as a group. Thank you. If we can move on to the next item on the agenda, please. I believe we're on the treasurer's agenda.
Yep.
So I'll give you some, if you're ready, you can go ahead, Mr.
Yep, I'm
Treasurer.
bringing it up right now. Okay, I'm sharing it, but then it's coming up. It's plugged in here. Ah, there we go. Thanks, Nate. Thanks, Nate. Thanks, Nate. Got it. Okay, so we're in May. Well, we're in June now, but it's cash flows for May. And as you see, as we can go through it real quick, remember back in April is when we got our big tax settlement. So May was a month where we lost money, which we normally do. But our revenues in May were 3.7 million, and our expenses were 8.1. So it was a 4.3 million loss. But as you see at the bottom, we still have $48 million in the unreserved fund balance, line 50. We're still online with obviously what my May forecast that I presented last May is. Quickly going through the chart receipts again. Most of this money, majority of it, is, of course, is state foundation. The $3 million and the $399,000 is all state foundation, and then we have a little bit of other taxes coming in and other revenues. Expenditures. We had 66.7 personnel, insurance, and retirement. Our purchase services was a little bit higher because we actually CBS was paid it. We paid an extra payment to CBS. They're finally getting their bills caught up, so we made a payment there, and we had special ed payments. And then, like, we paid Madison Township Police also about $100,000, and then also City of Groveport. So that's why the purchase services was a little bit higher than normal. The net supplies, $174,000 is normal. Capital outlay, negative 30. And then we had to transfer out. We have to make that transfer out for the 034 fund, which is the $500,000 for that high school. So moving forward, again, change over prior year. Click it. Come on. So for May, from prior year to this May, our state foundation is up 576,000 in column or row 10, and then 96,000 row 11 again. That's just because of our increase in state foundation we got at the beginning of the year. And then the negative 1.3 million was we got our tax in April, and so we didn't get it in May. It's pretty easily explained. As you go down, 3.01 is just our teacher expenses, $200,000 more this May than last May. Just payroll increases, 167,000, and benefits and insurance. Again, our insurance went up, and of course benefits go up when payroll goes up. Purchase services was negative 197. The rest of them. Capital outlay, the big one there for $691,000 is, again, we was able to use ESSER money for Chromebooks, where last May we had $609,000 or $619,000 in Chromebooks, so that's why that big negative's there, which is good for the general fund. It helped us. Other than that, that is kind of my report. Again, numbers are looking good still. So, any questions on that before I go to the savings? Savings. Again, let's go to the bottom. We're about 4.8 million this year. Then the additional bond swap I did of 244. So you add that together, it's over at 5 million. Again, I just wanted a big shout out to the enrollment office, mostly with what they've done, saving us 434,000, which is row 27 with EverDriven. And then below that, you can see we get filing all of our credits, which I talked about last month. But I just want to we did get all of our credits from CBS. From where they overbilled us last year in 22-23.
So that's completely caught up now.
Yep, completely caught up.
Okay.
So yeah,
and we won't be seeing any more of that problem.
Hopefully not. Now transportation is still going through on a daily basis now, so hopefully we won't see that because they're looking at daily and weekly to catch things. I mean, people make mistakes. Everybody's human. They're human. We're human, but they're catching them on a weekly. So there may be they may miss one or here or there, but it's not going to be. It's going to be a couple of thousand here or there. Not that much.
But you catch that as it goes on.
We catch it as it goes on. Correct.
Give me an example. What is it we're catching?
So what they did was last year in 22-23, they more or less duplicated attendance and subs. So first have one sub or one driver and one attendant on a route. Sometimes there would be two subs or two attendants and one driver.
Oh.
And so so that's what we caught. That was the basis of it.
Who's staffing?
Staffing.
Thank you.
So that's two of my reports. The third, number three, is authorize the submission of the 2000 or fiscal year 24 final appropriations. If I pull that up, and that's in your packet. But this is something I have to do obviously every year. And so this kind of just tells you what we spent appropriation wise. Our general funds at 93.896 million. Our bond 4.6 million. And again, this is just kind of my appropriation, so we don't spend over that. We can spend less than that, but we better not spend over that. So that's what that number is in that far column. So as you can see, the total appropriation is $139 million at the very bottom, as you can see, with all the grants added and everything else. And again, this is something I just have to do by June 30 for the county. And then the next one also, or the next one, the same number three, is the certificate of estimated resources, and this is kind of what the revenue side. So 131, if you would look at the far right column, total amount available plus balances, general fund 131 million, and then the rest of the funds, because we do it by fund level, and that's per Auditor State's office. So that tallies down all the way. So to the very bottom of 194 million. Again, it's not like we have that that much revenues, but we get to add the cash balance plus the stuff that came in. So, but that's number three. Number four is just a temporary appropriation for next year. So it's real simple. We're just kind of, again, we do temporaries now, we do a permanent, you'll get in October, and then the final, of course, next June. So these are just kind of temporary appropriations starting out this year, so we can start spending money July 1st. That's all this is. Oh yes, sorry, I'll go through them first. You're right. We'll get back to that. Sorry. Yep. So the first one is the 24 final and the 24 amended ISB. The treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education authorize the treasurer to submit to the Franklin County Auditor the FY24 final appropriations and FY24 final administrative certificate of estimated resources as of June 30, with the submission of revised actuals to report it at the next regular meeting for ratification if we need that.
I so move.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, Kirschner and Mr. Bauer. Any more questions, or can we have a roll call?
Okay, Mrs. Dowdleberg.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
No.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes on to the next item.
Yep. And then the next item is the Tim preparations I just did. The treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools of Education authorize the treasurer to establish fiscal year 25 temporary appropriations and estimated resources to provide for operations beginning July 1, with any modification to actually report at the next regular meeting ratification if needed.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Bauer, Ms. Gray, are there any questions? Anything else you would like to add, Mr. Treasurer?
No, that's it.
Okay. Well, we got a roll call, please.
Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
No.
And Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes on to the next item.
Next item is accept donation of preschool equipment. The treasurer recommends that Groveport Madison Board of Education accept the donation of preschool fitness kits from Black USA valued at $15,000.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Bauer, any additional comments, Mr. Treasurer?
No.
Any questions from colleagues? Okay, hearing none, if we can have roll call, please.
Mrs. Dowdleberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
That was very kind of them.
Yes, it was. Very nice.
Yes. And it was probably good quality, not from,
All right. The next thing is Timothy Michael. This is a motion, and for some reason on the consent agenda, and I don't know why. We'll get that fixed. But this is, and actually says the superintendent recommends, but it's on the consent agenda. But more or less, we're here to approve the donation of Timothy Michael. He donates $25,000. It's for 5 seniors to go to college at $5,000 a piece. So he donates that, and then the guidance counselors in the high school work with, with getting that money to those kids. But it's a nice chunk of $5,000 a piece for 5 kids.
Yeah, it was good at the evening.
I so move with the correction of the action item from consent to what?
An action item. Just
Action.
around the action item.
Thank you.
John,
I
no,
second.
first. And you, Kathy, you seconded?
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Dattelberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh. I'm sorry, Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Do we need to make the motion?
We have to do the actual motion because
Yeah.
we did the corrective
Um,
action. So then you have to then do the actual approval now,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, so moved.
Mr. Treasurer. Okay, so I got Ms. Gray,
Second.
Mr. Bauer for the actual motion, Mr. Treasurer. So for the corrective action, we had first Kirshner, second Walsh.
Yep.
For the actual action, Gray and Bauer. And now we need to vote on the actual action.
Yep. Mrs. Dattelberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Are we doing board member comments now, or are we doing executive
It's
session?
executive
It's
session.
executive, okay.
Yep.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adjourn to executive session for the purpose of meeting with the board's legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the district that are subject of pending or imminent court action, and for the purpose of considering the appointment, employment, compensation, dismissal, discipline, or demotion of a public employee of the district in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 121.22 and in duplicate under ORC 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
That was Gray, Mr. Bauer. We can have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dattelberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mr. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes. The time is 10:23 p.m.
10:23.
time is 11:18. We've reconvened from executive session. On to the next item.
Our next item is a second executive session. The superintendent recommends that the board adjourn to executive session to review negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation or other terms and conditions of employment, as referenced in Ohio Revised Code 121.22.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have Mr. Bauer first. Thank you, Ms. Gray second. We have roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Dattelberger.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
The time is 11:19. We will be back to reconvene.
This is part of
Time is 11:44. We reconvene from executive session. On to last item of our agenda, comments and other business. I know, Mr. Treasurer, you spoke of a need for 2 meetings to move forward with whatever we're going to do for OCC. I don't know if you want to discuss that now at this time, or would the board prefer an email?
I don't believe we can. I heard the recommendation. I like it. I hope that maybe next January we can do that. At this point, we can't create a regular board meeting, so everything is a special board meeting. If we agree to it, if you want to agree to a specified date, that would be great. But everything will be a special board meeting. That's not a regular board meeting. So if we want to agree in advance of a date, I would say let's just consider that and come back when it's not midnight and talk about our calendars. But let's not do that right now, unless you guys really want to.
Anybody else? I don't have a problem discussing my calendar. But.
Okay. The only other comment I have is please, and I'm not me, I'm not trying to sell anything, but the audio and video in here, having us as little tiny heads on a laptop and the audio quality is so bad in here. Can we please get a conference system, quality speakers, and make it so people watching online can hear, and there's not all distortion. We just have, for the size of our district, we have the crappiest AV system in here, so I would love it if we could do something about that. I don't know if there's anything we want to do with Hamilton Township Fire based on what they said and based on the event that we had on Elm Creek, but that would be the only other thing I would say we may want to have a discussion about so they feel like they're treated well. That's the only thoughts I had in closing.
Did we want to discuss the date for July's meeting, special meeting?
Adam, can you share what our time frame is?
I guess August 7th. So two in July would be perfect. It's like August 7th is when we have to have it by. I'd rather just do 2 in July because August 7th is start of school, so that's a crazy time.
Okay, so it's not July, it's August 7th.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would like to have 2 in July. Yes. August 7th is when it's due. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And our regular board meeting is August 10th, so maybe August 17th or the 24th.
July 10th.
July 17th or July 24th.
I can't do the 17th. I can do the 24th.
I can do the 24th, not the 17th.
17th or 31st is better for me.
I can do 31st.
I can do this. I can do the 17th. I mean the 24th. I can't do the 31st.
17th, please.
I'm not going to be in town for the 17th.
Not 17th.
I can't do the 17th.
Can I mention something? We're still trying to decide on the 29th, the 30th, and the 31st of July on our
portrait of
a cruiser, which we would probably do right before a board meeting.
That's fine.
So one of those 3 dates at least.
Okay. What about the 29th or 30th?
29th, 30th, and 31st.
I mean, what day is the portrait of cruiser? That would be great. Yeah.
That's what we're trying to decide. I'm waiting
for the 3 dates when Steve was available to come do the activity with the board on those days.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you're saying the options were the 29th, 30th, or 31st?
Yes.
Okay, 31st for sure. No, 29th and 30th. I'll move stuff. I can move stuff around.
So we can do a portrait of a cruiser, foundational planning, strategic planning, and then have a board meeting after.
Yes, if that's what you needed anyway. I mean, that makes sense.
What date? 29th or 30th.
It was the 31st.
It was the 29th or 30th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Are we good with the 17th then? Or is it?
No, the 17th is a no-go.
I can't do the 17th.
And I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 17th was good.
No, I can do the 24th and 31st.
31st.
I can't do the
Yeah,
31st.
she can't do the 31st.
Well, 29th or 30th.
29th or 30th. I could do.
Is 29th or 30th open for everybody?
Yeah, 29th or 30th.
Jamie, you here? Paul, that's why 29th, 30th for you?
That's fine. 29th or 30th.
Yeah,
31st.
29th or 30th.
John?
I'm not sure yet.
I'm not sure about
John, Kathy? 29th, 30th.
So. Our regular meeting is the 10th.
Yeah. Let's make it the 29th, Monday.
Sounds good.
I have a trial on the 10th. I don't have it on the calendar.
Your 30th better for you, Gabby?
And so what do we, is it,
I have classes on the 30th.
is it a real short thing? What do we do?
It'll be a short meeting, but it will just be passing a resolution for OSOC, and then of course
It could be a.
Can you do it right after a regular board meeting?
During the day.
But we have to have two. He
We
said.
have to have 2 board meetings.
So can you close out the regular and then do a special right after on August
Why
10th?
does it need to be separate?
It just when like he said, legal says it has to be. I can talk
Because
to
the
Rick,
first one is the county
but I mean,
auditor.
Yeah,
one,
first one's county auditor, and
and the second one is the filing for the Board of
the filing.
Elections.
Right. So
So my thought was on August 10th, we do a regular board meeting.
July 10th.
July 10th.
So
So a regular board meeting, then reopen for a special meeting.
let's just
right after.
follow up with legal counsel on that. If we
All right.
can't, then we have another meeting already scheduled in lieu of, just in case,
Okay.
to meet the legal requirements that we think it is. We'll have a lawyer interpret it appropriately, so that way we are not out of any rule. And if that's the case, we can do both on the 10th if there is no issue.
okay, I'll see if we can do 2.
So if not,
Yeah.
if we don't get the in favor action, the favorable thing from our legal counsel to say that we can do both on the 10th, can we nail down the 29th or the 30th as the second, July 29th
Well, the
or
only way of
30th?
doing it is if we do it on the 7th, odds are 90% we'll still be here on the 8th. So we could just roll into the morning of the
You
8th
mean the
and
10th?
vote at 12:01.
You mean the 10th?
Whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just vote
But you're
at
good on the
12:01.
That would be my
Okay.
preferred.
So the 29th is gonna be the. Is that okay,
Yeah,
John? Do the
29th.
29th.
Yeah.
Everybody's okay on the 29th. If
Yep.
that, if we can't do it on the 10th as a special, we'll do it on the 29th.
All right.
That sound good?
Perfect.
All right.
All right, I just wanted to again congratulate our graduation team and all the hard work that was done. And congratulations to our students for all their hard work, and the evening of excellence that happened was amazing in May, and the award money that was given to our students. It was a really good turnout. So if there's no additional comments, move on to adjournment. We have a first.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Brown Spray. Roll call, Mr. Treasurer.
Mrs. Donnaberger?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Kirschner? Aye. Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Time is 11:52. This meeting's adjourned.
All right. I gotta go. Update board minutes.